Hello, my lovelies. I know I didn't make a schedule this week. It's because I didn't want to commit and definitely say or post a schedule if streaming was going to be undoable. That's not... If I wasn't going to be available to stream. But I am. So... What's been going off since you last saw me? Oh, boy, like... Just, you know, I went to hospital again, so... I'm okay. But that did happen on Sunday. Everything's fine. I'm gonna be fine. I'm on antibiotics for the 5th time in 6 months. I have to laugh, otherwise you'd cry. So... Oh my god, the skin on my fingers has gone so dry. I was tidying up yesterday and like doing a kind of clean out of my room, and because I was doing so much tidying out, my hands kept getting dirty and dusty, so I kept washing them, but I've washed them too many times. I have eczema, but as in like I was born with kind of severe form of it, so I have to be super careful. I washed my hands too many times yesterday, and now like 2 of my fingers are like painful to move. But that's not why I'm at the hospital. I have infection. I'm on antibiotics, which is awkward. It's antibiotics that like other ones I've had you take with food. These ones you have to take on an empty stomach. So I have to take a pill and then wait an hour till I can eat, and then wait 2 hours till I can take another pill, and then wait another hour and then I can eat. So I have to go at least like 3 hours between meals, which is fine, and I've just messed it up sometimes by getting distracted and then eating late, because I don't make dinner every night, and so like I have to make sure that I've taken the right amount of pills and eaten in plenty of time before when my parents make dinner, and so I've got to make sure that I've eaten food by 4 o'clock at the latest, so that gives me like an hour and 20. I know I just started stream. Let me switch. But the plan is that I'm fucking gonna eat, because if I don't eat on stream, and I don't know if I'll mute my mic or not, but it's not gonna be, I'm not gonna munch in your ear. That's gross. But if I don't have my lunch on stream, then I'm not really gonna be able to stream, or I would end up having to do like a 1 hour or half an hour stream, and I don't want to do that. I want to be able to actually stream. So you just have to do with me having my lunch on stream. But hello Julia, hello Lucio, hello Valentine, welcome in. Sorry, I'm just checking something. But yeah, if you remembered me saying that my eyes hurt last week, and my eyelid really hurt, yeah. My eyes are still dry, I'm still having to take eye drops. But, yeah, I got a skin infection on my eyelid, and it swelled up, and it wasn't fun, so I'm on antibiotics. I really hope everything clears up, and it's fine, because I have a Comic-Con in a couple weeks, so as of right now, like, I can't put any makeup, like, around my eyes, or my eyelids. And I have Comic-Con in a couple weeks, so I really hope I'm able to put makeup on soon. But yes, it is a Chiba Julian. I'm gonna keep on drawing the Arcana stickers. We got so much work done last time. I drew one whole sticker in what, like 4 hours? Oops. Yes, Lucio's excited because, I mean, okay, most cons announce their guests early, some announce them late. It's not too unusual for some bigger guests to be announced closer to the con, especially if the con is unsure whether or not they'll definitely be able to attend. They don't want to announce a guest and then have to cancel the announcement and refund everyone for autographs and photographs and stuff. But I mean, MCM, which are like the biggest Comic Cons in the UK, because for those that don't know, Comic Con is just a type of an event. It's not a single event or single company. It's just a type of event. Anyone can put on a Comic Con, so there's a bunch of different companies across the world that do it. MCM And I'm upstairs kind of late, but normally not more than a month late. But Jesus Christ, these guys, it is like 15 days away, and they're only just like announcing guests. But Lucio's a little excited because a certain voice actor of a certain egg man from Dragon Age is gonna be there. And I feel like I'm such a fool that I didn't know he voiced Solus. I just know him from Torchwood and Doctor Who. And crying over him in Torchwood and Doctor Who. Where the fuck is my reference? Hey, Arcana, it should be at the top of my reference folder. Because that's how the alphabet there is. Jeez. You mean golf? Yay! I'll meet golf in person. And together we will see Egg in person. Honestly, it seems like they've got way more, like, YouTube creators, which I'm a little bit about. Like, so there's a con in the UK called... It used to be called Summer in the City, now it's called Social in the City, but it's like the UK version of VidCon. Yeah, so Social in the City is going to be happening within this Comic-Con. So that's going to be strange. Hopefully it's not going to be like what the fuck they did with TalkFest. Last year they had an event called TalkFest where there was like a TikTok con next door by the same company at the same time. And they let TalkFest people into MegaCon for free. But MegaCon people weren't allowed to go into TalkFest. Not that we'd want to. And then the TikTok con goers came into MegaCon and just didn't behave themselves and just took videos and photos without people's consent and openly pointed and laughed at... Because it's not the same kind of audience. Like, yes, there are cosplayers on TikTok and there are famous TikTok cosplayers, you know? But it's still, like, general TikTok, and the most popular people on TikTok are not cosplayers. Kind of influencer TikTok is a very different world from a Comic-Con. So the fact that they're kind of doing like a little bit of VidCon inside Comic-Con makes me a bit worried. They are mostly YouTubers, not TikTok creators, but I worry. It's not the same audience at all. I don't think Comic-Cons realize that like plenty of people who watch like big YouTubers are just there for kind of the influencer thing, and they're not into fandoms or nerdy stuff, you know, or cosplay. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, as I said, I've got to keep to the schedule. So I'm meant to eat. I can eat in like 20 minutes because of when I last took antibiotics. So I was just gonna order food. To be honest, let's hope the Congo's fine. Let's hope they behave themselves. I don't know any of the YouTubers that are coming other than Tom Scar. Don't know who the fuck any of the other people are. One of them seems to be like an animator. No, I don't know. I don't know any of them. Let's hope everything is fine. I mean, a lot of people are complaining that there's no big guests, but I don't really give a shit about that. Like, I don't go to Comic Cons for guests. I go to cosplay, meet friends, and like make new friends, and artist selling. So I don't, you know, I'm not bothered if there's a lack of guests. And we're gonna be drawing more Arcana stickers today. I need to order food. I was gonna order... my go-to lately has been McDonald's because I just keep getting salads from McDonald's and feeling like a little bit better than ordering... Not that any kind of fast food is healthy, but at least if I've started ordering McDonald's the last, like, couple times I've ordered food for the first time. I mean, that's not true, I had Happy Meals as a kid, but as an adult, it's like the first time I've really had McDonald's. And when I do it, I tend to order a salad, so it feels a bit better than if I ordered, like, a pizza or something. But I was like, maybe I'll treat myself, you know, because these antibiotics are a bit stinky to my tummy. Yeah, no, Pizza Hut's closed. Pizza delivery is not accepting any orders, so never mind. There are Pizza Huts that are further away, but I'm like, am I gonna... the Pizza Hut that's further away is gonna take 70 minutes to get here. So we're not gonna do that. It's pretty much, it's Taco Bell and McDonald's, and I don't think it's gonna be Taco Bell. Sad, sad times. I didn't realize there was a McDonald's closer to me that does delivery than the one I've been ordering from all the time. By about a mile. I guess I should order from there instead. I mean, every McDonald's is the same, but I'm a bit wary about ordering the one closer to me. I'm like, it's a bit of a stinky area, but... it doesn't really make much difference. But I need to kind of start... I need to order food now, and then we can get drawing, and then I'll keep drawing while I eat. But I always get the crispy chicken salad, and then I take out the onions because I'm allergic, and then I take out the tomatoes because I said tomatoes. Oh my god, I've been having an American girlfriend. What has she done to me? Take out the tomatoes because they're disgusting. No, thank you. But how's you guys this week, Bins? I hope none of you had to go to the ER. Hey, the wait wasn't that bad though. Last time I went, I was in there for 10 hours. But I was in there for, I think, 3 or 4 hours this time, which is, like, I got... It really wasn't that bad. I don't know what that is, Frost, but seems to be a good thing. So I'm happy for her. Oh, I didn't realize I saved them to specific. I should order from the one that's closer because I'm meant to eat in like 20 minutes. But I haven't favorited the items in there, so I'm like, that's gonna take longer. I'm confused. I'll just have to look at my past orders. I'm like, well, what did I do the last time? Oh, I thought if I hit order again it would... Oh, wait, there we go. I did get a donut from McDonald's last time, and it is like the best donut I've ever had, and I didn't expect it to be the best donut I've ever had. Instead of jam inside, it was caramel. However, my mom baked little cupcakes this morning, and it's the first time that she's baked since I was like a little kid, so there's no need for me to order the donut because there's cakes downstairs. Tiny sunburn from internship. Other than that, I hope it heals okay. Yeah, I hope you've been having a fun time with Levi, Lucio. Annika, hello. Oh, Frost, yeah, okay, I'm glad she's managed to get that out. Hello, Annika. Look at your little bongo. We have a new member of the Bongo family, by the way, guys. But I don't know if I can say who it is, because I don't know if she is adding it as an emote yet. Or if she's added it. She didn't say it was a surprise, so I'm like, I don't know if I'm allowed to say or if I should wait till she uploads the emote, but it might be pending from Twitch. I don't know. I don't think it would be like a secret surprisey thing. I don't know what the etiquette is. I mean, with someone else's who commissioned me for one, it was a surprise, and they said that it was. They were like, "Can you not post this anywhere, you know, on your portfolio or Ko-fi or anything?" And I was like, "Sure." Well, this wasn't stipulated, so I'm just gonna I'll whisper it. It's Merlin. So we'll go have another bongo. Who knows who it is? It was fun to draw though. I haven't had a bongo commission in a while, so it was nice to draw another one. Hello, Ali, welcome in. Let me see about ordering this. It's a really good donut though. I don't have to eat it now. I could have it later. I'm gonna order the donut. Don't tell anyone. Chicken salad, no onion, no tomato. I said it again. No tomato. I need to be deported. I'm Loki need to pack my bag before Dad goes to move for the weekend. Ooh, I hope we have a fun trip. Salad, fries, carrot sticks, donut, Coke Zero. I hadn't had Coke Zero since until like I ordered from McDonald's last time, and I was like, oh, this is actually fine. It doesn't taste any different to me than regular Coke. Ali, that's a very good point. Happy Friday, happy time zones, happy birthday Bucky Barnes, and I think it's also someone else's birthday today. Let me check. It was yesterday. Google lied to me. Well, and a late happy birthday to Oscar Isaac. There's a Google story like, oh, Oscar Isaac's birthday. I'm like, really? No, it was yesterday. I got the news too late. God damn it. I have my little Bucky plush on my desk with me today. Because he's the birthday boy. Oh, and I didn't mention how crazy it snowed here. March seems to be the month we get snow now. A little worrying, that never was a thing. We got a bit yesterday, we got a load overnight. I went for a walk with my parents earlier, and then I made a snowman. He is my child. His name is Jeff. His full name Jeff Road after this movie reference, because there's this character in this film, and he's described as having a tiny head, and the snowman's got a bit of a tiny head. You see, what happened is I tried to make your traditional 3-tiered snowman, like 3 balls, and I added the 3rd ball, and when I plonked it on, it smashed to pieces the middle ball for his tummy, and so I had to make him again. So he's just body and head. He's not a 3-ball snowman. Because I couldn't do it. Tiffany's with friend tomorrow, except it's snowing, so I might not be able to. You could get cute snow photos, though. Ooh, I hope we have fun. I hope we watch good movies. Right, let me check out with this food before I get completely distracted. Small order fee? How much do I have to spend to not have the small order fee? Jesus, that small order fee is more than some of the items on the menu. I'm like, I might as well fucking buy something else on the menu, but I don't know what their small order... Shit, guys, what else do I get? You don't really do a lot of side situations. I could get another load of fries. I don't know. Let's see what happens. What does my basket currently come to? Because maybe it's 10, and I think my basket currently comes to like just under. So let's just see what happens if I add something else. Oh, yeah, that got rid of it. So it's like somewhere around like 11 or 12 pounds. It's actually cheaper for me to get an extra bit of food. than to pay the small order fee. So I guess I just got a second portion of fries. Jeff, did you nuke us on the OG Jeff? Well, his full name is Jeff Road. So for those that don't know, Julia changed her Discord name to Jeff in my Discord server. I will show you photos in a second because you guys deserve to see. My dad was like, "Do you want to make a snowman?" And I could tell he really wanted to, and I was like, "Oh, okay." But he's got a bad back, so he couldn't bend down. So me, who also has a bad back, bend down. I hope I haven't fucked it. I hope it's okay tomorrow. It has. I haven't noticed too much pains the last week or so, but you know, we still don't know what's wrong. I'm still waiting on my physio appointment, so let's place the order. And I'll turn off my alarm for when I can eat, because obviously I'll just eat when the food gets here. Winksona commission got Winksona? Like from Winks, like from Winx Club? Or am I being silly? Okay, when this food arrives, I've got to eat it within like 15-20 minutes. Shit. Well, it depends. The latest it can arrive is 45. So I've got about 30 to 15 minutes to eat this food once it gets here to stay on schedule with my meds. Ugh. I'm so fucking paying all of this. But I've got to take him for a week, so not many more days of it. Yes, from Winx Club? Ooh! I am intrigued. So I'll show you guys the photo that I sent to Discord straight, because at the moment I zoomed in and took this photo, I was like, ah, this is the one that people need to see. And I asked my dad, I was like, "Dad, could you take a photo of me next to him like it's a really awkward pic, like I'm like an awkward dad, like kind of trying to pat my son on the back." So can I get, come on Discord. Come on Discord. So that's the photo I sent. Isn't he beautiful? I just used rocks for everything because we have like some like little almost like gutters down the side of the garden. They're just like full of stones. I was like, Mr. Fantastic, thank you for the first time chat. I would like to check, because you said the word school, that you are 18 or over, because these streams are 18 plus only. And if you are not, I would kindly ask you to just leave. It's nothing personal, but it's just for my own comfortability. So then we have, let's give you the full bod. Or not, because Discord decided that showing one photo was too much work for it. There we go, there's the full bod. He's just a little guy. Just a little guy. Even little buttons. The buttons didn't really work out, I don't think. But you know, I did my best with the tools available to me. Don't know what V means or if that's a typo. If you accidentally sent the message before you were finished typing. Let's see, because also you know, only the cool kids get photos with Jeff Road the Snowman. just because I have to keep these streams safe, and because the reason why the streams and stuff are 18 plus is because I'm not comfortable talking to or being around children, and frankly that's the way it should be. It's kind of creepy if adults would want loads of kids to be around them. And I do make 18 plus content, so pretty much because you mentioned school, unless you are gonna tell me that you are 18 or over, I am gonna either kick you or take some action there, because it's not something that makes me or anyone else in chat feel comfortable. I completely forgot what I was doing. Right, yes. Snowman. Why is that not working when I click on it? Yeah, the snow got pretty deep overnight. But yeah, nothing personal. I'm gonna give you about 5 minutes, Mr. Fantastic, to confirm to me whether you are 18 or over. If not, I'm gonna have to just give you a little kick. Nothing personal. Why am I going to my phone to look at the photos? Oh my god, I sent them to Julia. What am I doing? I sent them to Julia with the caption, "Everyone wishes they was." I took more than just the ones I showed her, but... Cause, oh, Jesus Christ, Discord. I need you to unfull screen. We have had this much snow before, but not for years, I would say. This is the deepest we've had in years. And we've never had this much snow in March. Oh, global warming. You know, everyone wishes they was. Everyone wishes that, you know, they were as cool as me and Jeff. I made him quite big. I didn't realize until I'd got to a point where I couldn't physically move the snowball that was his body anymore. And was like, I've made a mistake, because my dad wanted me to roll him into the shade at the bottom of the garden, and I couldn't. But it's fine. So, drawings while we wait for foods. I'm gonna do all the line art for everyone first, and then I'm gonna call everyone in. Is the way we're gonna do it. Move my chair down a bit. Hopefully, my body will not scream at me tomorrow for continuously, like, crouching, you know, down. I wasn't, like, knelt down, but I was, like, crouched all the way down so that I wasn't bending from my back. But even crouched down, it was, like, that was a lot of pressure on my legs, and, you know, one of my hips don't work too good at the moment, so... I think my thighs are already a little upset at me. I know, Julia, we gotta get you over here when it snows. I'm probably won't the first time that you come here, but then we could always try the second time you come. That it might be... Honestly, March seems to be the more guaranteed. We had some snow, I think, in December as well, but not as much as this. Nowhere near this amount. Not snowman amounts of snow. You know. There was not enough snow before to build a snowman. The driver set off with my food. So, it is Nadia time. What I discovered while I was tidying up yesterday. So I like cleared out my chest of drawers once, so I threw out a bunch of old clothes and cosplay and stuff, like cosplay. It was mostly old cosplay pieces. So then one of my drawers ended up empty, so I could put all my like my box of embroidery floss, all of my beads and clay in the drawer, so they weren't just all over the floor. But I had YouTube up while I was doing it, and I was like, I just had the urge that I have every now and then when I just want to watch garbage, and when I just want to watch garbage and I just want to turn my brain off garbage, I watch Kitchen Nightmares. So what I'd forgotten is that Kitchen Nightmares has got a brain now, or at least, you know, maybe they always have, who knows. That is that before, like a few years ago, if you want to watch Kitchen Nightmares, there were loads of like bootleg uploads on YouTube, like people uploading them illegally on YouTube, and the episode quality was terrible. They were either pitched up, pitched down, sped up, cropped in some weird way that you could only see a tiny part of the video, flipped, the audio and the video weren't in sync, ways to try and get around the content ID system, get out of them being copyright claimed. But then during lockdown, Kitchen Nightmares got a little brain and thought, why don't we just put episodes up ourselves? They only used to have a couple up, and I hadn't checked their YouTube channel in ages. They have, I think, maybe every single episode. I just saw that, like, yesterday, they uploaded a 7-hour video, which is every single episode from Season 3 of Kitchen Nightmares as one big 7-hour, with no, like, ad breaks. Obviously, it's got YouTube ads, but if you're on PC and you have an ad blocker, that's 7 hours of Kitchen with no ads. I'm like, why aren't more... Honestly, one, it's gonna stop everyone from uploading all the shitty bootlegs, and two, like, they're getting money off it. All these videos are monetized. When I was watching it on my phone, there was an ad break like every 5 minutes. More shows and movies should do that. You don't gotta put it behind a paywall on YouTube, you could just upload it and monetize it. And that 7-hour video of all of Season 3 of Kitchen Nightmares was uploaded like, the last time I checked was like 8 hours ago. So earlier on, when I checked, the video would have been uploaded for 8 hours and it already had 800,000 views. Like, it's worth doing, and it means that we get to watch stuff easily on YouTube. Yes, please. Maybe that should be bigger. Anyway, the only reason why I was thinking about Kitchen Nightmares is because I was like, while I eat my lunch, do I want to still be trying to draw, or should I just put some YouTube videos on for you guys, and we can watch YouTube together while I eat, while I munch? Maybe. But probably, maybe not. And my brain went, ooh, Kitchen Nightmares. And I was like, maybe not. Maybe not. I'll probably get in trouble. They'll probably content ID me because I put my VODs on YouTube. But we could watch some video essays or like musical clips or something. It'd be a bit more interesting than just listening to music while I munch. Because what were we doing last time we watched YouTube? We watched like a Defunct Land video and a couple internet historian videos. I don't know if you guys enjoyed that and we could do that again. That went off. That's my driver. He is close. And it is actually arriving earlier than they estimated. Damn. I should order... No, I did order from the one that was slightly further away just because it was easier. I'm not gonna complain. Okay, doing this as separate strands does look a bit messy. After last time I streamed, I started rewatching Internet Historian. I watched the Costa Concordia video for like the fucking 6th time. I don't even know. I can't really see too clearly. Oh, Nadia, what is this hairstyle? Kind of comes around. I have the... more crescent. Could have done that better. Let's see. We can go exploring. I have a playlist of like my favorite video essays, so I can always have a little look-see. I think I've seen both Chris and Haru. I've seen Chris watch Kitchen Nightmares on the stream with chat, and I've seen Haru when doing like a subathon where that was like over 24 hours, so he had to go sleep, had just Kitchen Nightmares playing on a loop while he was sleeping. Alright, the food's gonna be here. I'm gonna BRB while I go get it. have obtained food, but before I do anything, I gotta go report my where'd I put my phone? Oh, I left it downstairs. Shit. Hang on. Hang on, I'll be right back. So what happened was, I ordered a bag o' carrot sticks, as usual, and they gave me a bag o' pineapple. It's not what I ordered, and I don't like pineapple, it's disgusting, I find it disgusting. and I said out loud, like, oh no! You know, like, you know, and Dad's like, what? And I'm like, they didn't give me, I was like, do you want the pineapple stick? I won't eat it. And he's like, hang on. And he went and he got a carrot, and I was like, what are you doing? And he grabbed a carrot out of the fridge and peeled it and cut it into sticks and was like, here you go. Order help, incorrect item, carrot bag. I was given pineapple stick instead of carrot stick bag. Oh, I have to upload a photo. I might have thrown it in the bin. What you guys like on for? Hold on for a sec. So never mind, I can't do that. I already threw the carrot stick in the bin and I can't find it in the bin because I guess it was the heaviest thing in there, so it fell all the way to the bottom and I'm not digging through the trash. So I was like, okay, I'll just report it as a missing item. Great, it's fine. So I go to report it as a missing item instead, but now they make you take a photo of your receipt. You know, that they staple on the bag. Yeah. So my bag didn't come with a receipt. Every other time I've ordered food with Deliveroo, they have a receipt stapled to the bag. My order didn't come with a receipt either. So I can't report it as an item missing either. It says if you don't have a receipt, take a photo of the bag your food arrived in. I already ripped the bag up and put it in the garbage. You didn't used to have to take photos for missing items, you just said missing item and they believed you. So I didn't think, oh shit, I shouldn't put the paper bags in the recycling yet. Because you didn't used to have to take photos. And I didn't think, like, oh, when I report it, I'll need a photo of the pineapple steak. I threw it in the bin because I asked both my parents and they said they didn't want it, so... Gosh darn it. Well, anyway. Everything else is fine. I have a carrot stick courtesy of my dad. The salad's fine. The chicken's fine. I have 2 orders of fries because it was going to cost more for me to just get 1. Coke Zero. I have one of the cupcakes Mama made this morning. The cold butterfly buns. I don't think they really are a thing outside of the UK, but essentially you make a little cake. You carve a hole in the top. You fill the top with buttercream. And then the piece of cake that you carved out for the hole, you cut in half and you stick back in so they're like little butterfly wings. So I have one of those. Also, I have the tub that the buttercream was mixed in that still has buttercream in. And Mum was like, I saved it for you. So I also have a spoon and a tub full of, and a mixing bowl full of buttercream. And that's Miller. What do you guys want to? Look, it's so much more eventful than I thought it was going to be. My god. Let me have a little look on. Oh my god, the Kitchen Nightmares channel is live streaming 24/7 episodes of Kitchen. What the hell? Anyway, right, I'm gonna look. Unless anyone has any video essays off the top of their head they can think of. I would say let's watch Internet Historian's, The Gentleman Pirate, which a lot of people think is what inspired Taika to make Our Flag Means Death, which was a little silly retelling of the true account events of Steve Bonnet's life. It came out a few years before Our Flag Means Death. Buzzy? Which Buzzy one? Because I know there's Jenny Nicholson's video, but I assume Defunctland maybe did one. I don't know if someone did one after his head was... I mean, after things surfaced on Twitter. Sorry, spoilers. Is there a Buzzy one that has the resolution in it? I don't remember. Let's go have a look. Buzzy... Oh, come on. Defunctland has one, but I have also... Jenny's is the first one that I think of, but hers was made before the discoveries. I'm pretty sure. I'll call it before the incidents surfaced. And Jenny's is 4 years old. But it's fine, we could watch Jenny's and then I could... And if the discovery isn't in Jenny's video, I'll show you guys the info. Defunctland's, I think, I don't see it. It might be in a compilation thing. I put Buzzy Animatronic and Defunctland isn't coming up. Unless it was in one of his, like, compilation-y type videos. He's in one of Yesterworld's compilations. Hang on. Defunct. Maybe I'm confusing with Yesterworld. Sometimes I do get confused. Okay, I can't find a video that Defunctland did. I'm guessing... Offhand Disney has some, and then I'm guessing he was maybe in one of, like, Yesterworld's, like, top 10 abandoned stuff. Might be under Body Wars, that's true. Could be, like, the history of the Body Wars ride. I spelled body wrong. The history of Epcot's body... Oh, it's 5 years old. So I don't think then... If Jenny's might be missing discoveries. Defunct Land Body Wars video is older. Let's watch Jenny's video. Let's do that. Are you guys in for a theme park ride? And also a wild ride in terms of drama, I guess. Events. Criminal activity.
So, I don't think it's a secret that I love...
The betrayal of someone we trusted. Trying to see if I scroll along the timeline if at any point there are photos shown of the incident. Oh, there's even more updates from like 2022 saying that the discovery they found is actually just like a mold and not the actual thing, which means the real one is he's still out there. Okay, well, we'll talk about what I mean by that later. For now, strap in, guys. We'll watch some YouTube while I eat a salad.
Theme parks and
I hope you guys find this fun watching stuff with me, by the way, because like it was either gonna be I draw. Oh Jesus Christ, YouTube! Either it was gonna be I draw a bit. Like the fact is the stream today was either gonna not happen or I was gonna draw, eat lunch in the middle, and then keep drawing. But I didn't have to, you know. Otherwise, you would have had like a half-hour stream. And then maybe another half-hour stream later in the day, and that just felt awkward, and I don't want to do that. So
I don't think it's a secret that I love theme parks and animatronics, and I talk about them here as often as I think people will tolerate. And I kind of recently made an extremely long theme park-based video, so I thought I was done for the time being. But I was wrong. Over the past couple of months, a story has dropped that is quite possibly the most exciting thing ever to happen in theme park history. That's my opinion. But I think I'm right. One of Disney World's iconic animatronics has gone missing from inside the park. Somebody took their boy. We are going to get to the bottom of this. It's such a good story. First, some extensive backstory for you guys. Who is Buzzy? Strap in. When Disney World's Epcot Park opened, the emphasis was on science and educational exhibits. It was kind of envisioned as like the ultimate field trip experience. Half of Epcot was World Showcase, highlighting various countries and their cultures. The other half was Future World, which was dedicated to science, technology, and visions of the future. The best way to explain it is it was intended as kind of a permanent World's Fair, right down to the idea of having differently themed pavilions showcasing different aspects of advancement. Epcot's Future World was divided into massive pavilions focused on different areas of study, and the intent was for each of these pavilions to be sponsored by a company, so Disney didn't have to cover 100% of the costs. The Energy Pavilion was sponsored by ExxonMobil, the Future Technology Pavilion was sponsored by General Electric, the Transportation Pavilion was sponsored by General Motors, etc. The sponsors would have their product advertised throughout the pavilion, and they'd also have the benefit of some kind of extremely cool private corporate lounge hidden somewhere in the building, usually with windows overlooking the ride or something awesome like that. And in exchange for those perks, the company would pledge money for the construction and upkeep of the pavilion for a certain number of years. Unfortunately, this model led to Epcot quickly becoming the abandonedest park in Disney World.
This is Epcot Center. Epcot Center.
If a pavilion lost its sponsor, That's funding that Disney was not used to allocating for that pavilion, so small, costly, routine maintenance would be delayed, and the pavilion would start to break down. And they certainly wouldn't allocate the funds to add new things to the pavilion, so you quickly got into this vicious cycle where the pavilion would deteriorate and the public would become bored of it and not like it because it seemed kind of grubby and ill-maintained, and then that would just reaffirm why management didn't want to spend money on the pavilion because no one's going there anyway. Epcot's Future World opened with 9 original pavilions, and of those original 9, 4 still exist in some capacity. Some were demolished and replaced, others were demolished and not replaced, some received overlays or had temporary exhibits moved into the space, and 1 ceased operation but was not demolished or replaced and simply sat there intact, abandoned for years. This is our Wonders of Life Pavilion. It was dedicated to health, biology, and fitness, so it was a large building with a lobby full of interactive exhibits, 1 ride, and 1 animatronic show. The ride was Body Wars, which was basically a Star Tours clone. It was the exact same ride vehicles, the same programming system, but it featured an original storyline about being shrunken down and going through a human body to help remove a splinter. This ride is really funny to me. So here's the deal. Motion simulators are already very likely to give some people motion sickness, and a storyline about being in a vehicle that's floating through a vast quantity of blood is going to add a squeamishness element to it as well. Add to that the ride film is animated in this prehistoric looking CGI, which was very impressive at the time, but doesn't hold up well. It's that era of CGI where everything is unnervingly smooth, so you have all these smooth, featureless, squishy cell bodies floating and bobbing around you in this river of blood. Meanwhile, the ride vehicle is throbbing in time to the heartbeat, and every time the person inhales, you whoosh from side to side with the motion of the lungs. What I'm trying to say is this ride made people very sick. I'm pretty sure if you took a team of scientists and locked them in a room and tasked them with creating some kind of sadistic make humans sick device, they would just be like, we did it. It's called Body Wars. The only other attraction in the pavilion was Cranium Command, home of Buzzy. Cranium Command was a show that utilized both screens and animatronic characters, and it was set in a large theater that was built to look like the inside of a human head. The inside of the head is characterized as a sort of military control tower, hence the name Cranium Command, and you have different little army characters and other comic relief characters popping up, representing different parts of biological processes. I mean, the best way to explain it is it's just Inside Out. And no, I'm not like throwing shade at this or Inside Out. I'm saying that the man who directed Inside Out literally worked as an animator on the Cranium Command project and actively said that it inspired Inside Out. So this show is Inside Out, and instead of joy, sadness, and you have left brain, right brain, adrenal gland, hypothalamus. They're constantly popping up on screens as either animated segments or celebrity cameos. And to supplement the screens, the theater was also populated by a couple of animatronic characters. Hypothalamus, who was a very basic, pair of goggles on a hydraulic arm kind of robot, and Buzzy. Buzzy was the most complex. He was also the host. Buzzy's an animatronic that looks like a little human child, but when...
Hi Bike. I'm taking a lunch break so I can eat. And then after I'm eating, we'll go back to drawing. But while I take a little lunch break, we're just watching some YouTube. We're currently watching a little video essay about an old abandoned Disneyland ride and what happened to it, and the criminal activity, the poor happenings that happened to this little boy. It's called Buzzy.
Wearing an army cadet uniform. Within the story, he is a new recruit, and it's his job to make everything go smoothly in this day in the life of an adolescent boy. And you are basically just watching him succeed and rooting for him because you love Buzzy. I'm not going to pretend that shows at theme parks bring in huge crowds. For someone with limited time, they're less thrilling and a lower priority than, say, a roller coaster or an actual ride. They're time-consuming, and unlike a roller coaster, someone is not likely to visit them more than once in a single trip. So you're not getting a lot of repeat customers. However, I want to make it clear that Cranium Command did not close because it was bad or unpopular. People liked Cranium Command. It was charming. And if they had built Cranium Command just in some room in Tomorrowland, it would definitely still be running. But unfortunately, Epcot does have that model where they separate everything into pavilions. It is super cool, and the buildings are beautiful, and the word pavilion feels very retro-futuristic, but a pavilion is like a human body. If the heart and lungs stop working, you're in trouble, even if the liver is doing okay. What I'm trying to say is Body Wars was the heart and lungs, and Cranium Command was the liver. And yeah, the heart and lungs were not doing so well. As I said, Body Wars used the exact same kind of ride system as Star Tours. So when it opened, it was very popular because at the time, Florida did not have a Star Tours. It was only in California. But 2 months later, Florida got their own Star Tours. And for some reason, given the choice, people preferred the version of the ride that had popular movie characters and didn't end with people vomiting all over the floor. And this was bad news for Cranium Command, too. It was a show, not a ride. So while people enjoyed it just fine when they were already in the pavilion, it wasn't enough of a draw on its own to get people to walk out there. If you've never been, Epcot is a big, spread out, beautiful park with all these large pavilion buildings. And between the pavilions, you're really just gonna see, like, unshaded concrete footpaths in the bright Florida sun. Cranium Command had been relying on Body Wars, the only ride in the pavilion, to bring people out to the building. Meanwhile, from a management perspective, that one full-scale ride was taking a lot of man-hours to operate and wasn't seeing a lot of returns from guests. The pavilion did have a sponsorship with MetLife, so that was absorbing a lot of the costs, but then in 2001, that sponsorship ended, and MetLife did not want to renew. If we still want to go with the human body analogy, let's say this is like if Cranium Command no longer had food. From that point forward, the Wonders of Life Pavilion is essentially slowly dying in front of everybody. Management decided that to cut back on those operational costs, they would only open the pavilion seasonally when the park was especially crowded, like in the summer or the Christmas time months. But the pavilion building was also down a footpath and partially obscured by overgrown trees. So, since it wasn't open year-round and wasn't promoted heavily, it was very easy for guests to assume it was closed, forget it was back there, or never learn of its existence in the first place. It puttered on in seasonal operation for a while, pulling devastatingly low attendance numbers. It was pretty common for Body Wars to have 1 or 2 people riding it at a time. And then in 2007, after it ended its seasonal Christmas time operation, it quietly closed its doors and never opened again. But the story doesn't end there. The pavilion had closed with no pressing reason for its closure, nothing wrong with the attractions, and nothing in mind to replace it. So they just left it there. They locked it up, they let the trees grow out more, they removed the label on the building from the park maps so people just wouldn't think to walk out to it. Yep, paying no attention to this path between buildings 2 and 3. The lobby space would sometimes be rented out for corporate events and for my wedding. I'm just kidding, but I wouldn't do that. Its most common function became the demo cooking space for Epcot's food festivals, which they run for most of the year. Oh, so that's what that building's called. Festival Center. Inside, they removed any signage to indicate the building had ever been anything but a food demo space. To hide the attractions, for the first several years, they just put up temporary walls. People who weren't hep to the theme park jive would stand in there drinking their wine and eating their chocolate nitro truffles and not realize they were just on the other side of some plywood from a fully intact abandoned theme park attraction, which I find really spooky and exciting, and you should too. Like, comment, and subscribe. Every couple months, there was a new rumor about how Disney was going to reopen the attraction seasonally or as part of a special event for, like annual pass holders or something. And they were all in working order. Supposedly in 2011, a development team rode the old Body Wars vehicles because they used them for testing the reboot of Star Tours that was about to open. It is so spooky to me to imagine climbing onto a Star Tours vehicle when you know it's been walled up and gathering dust for like 5 years. Like, is that even safe? Who's testing it? Are you the one testing it? Are you the crash test dummy? I would not. I would. But it wouldn't be a smart decision, but I would do it, yeah. And here, as we enter the early 20-teens, we see our next phase of the story. It's sort of heartwarming because the Wonders of Life did become an attraction again, but just not in a way that Disney intended. It was an attraction specifically for urban explorers.
I'm not really sure if this had anything to do with body wars.
People are breaking in.
It's pretty cool, just sitting here.
Sneaking around off-limits areas of Disney theme parks used to be something done primarily by, like, adult men with YouTube channels. You can call it urban exploring, or you can call it trespassing, which that's what it is. But as with anything that gets views online, it did see its share of copycats in progressively younger children. And Wonders of Life became an easy mark for, like, babies.
And, like, the thing with urban exploring is, as much as, like, it is often trespassing, but the proper urban explorers will say, you just go, you explore, you can film stuff, but you never, like, you know, be safe. Sometimes when you're going in abandoned areas, it's abandoned for a reason, and often that could be because, like, wood rot. Don't step on that floor, you might fall through it. You know, and these places are just derelict, but also, like, one of the rules with proper urban explorers is you do not take anything. You leave everything as you found it. You don't vandalize it, you don't break anything, and you don't steal or take anything. But yeah, with a lot of, like, the younger kids who were like, oh, there's cool YouTubers, like, urban exploring, I'm gonna get into it. Yeah, when a lot of, like, the younger fans did it, they didn't really adhere to those rules, as you will discover.
First urban exploring. Honestly, if you run a YouTube search for, like, abandoned Wonders of Life and just start scrolling down,
that is also true. People who do urban exploring in theme parks don't know you'll get lifetime bans from the park. Yeah, here's the thing, like, plenty of people will just urban explore, like, hey, there's this, like, abandoned house, or there's an entire abandoned theme park that went out of business. I watched someone exploring this abandoned theme park the other week, because I just love abandoned theme parks, but this is different. This isn't an abandoned theme park, this is just one abandoned building in a active and open theme park. If you went to, like, a whole-ass abandoned theme park, you might get in trouble for trespassing, you might not, it really depends what, like, the rules are with the land and stuff. But, like, you could go around one of these abandoned theme parks, put it on YouTube, you'd be fine. But, I don't know, Disney's not abandoned, it's just this one building that's abandoned, and if you film yourself going into an abandoned area, or even, like, trying to break in to, like, get into the Haunted Mansion while it's, like, closed, so you can see what it looks like while the ride's not running, I mean, you can't put that video online, unless you are, like, super, like, sneaky with your internet and stuff. Like, they will track you down, and they will ban you from the park, like, for the rest of your life. Like, don't post it online. I mean, I feel like even if you try to go to the extreme of, like, using a voice changer and trying to make it clear that, like, putting it on, like, a burner YouTube channel and stuff, and it's like, at that point, it's like, why bother trying to upload it online at all? Like, if you're putting it online, it seems like it's for the views, and you're not gonna be able to get them. Disney instantly takes the video down, like, they will see if you upload like, even just as I was searching for this video and I put Buzzy animatronic, the 5th video was someone from 2019 who had, like, snuck into Cranium Command and was filming. And that's the 5th YouTube result.
It's sort of embarrassing how young some of the people doing this are. I swear, some of
who recorded himself using cheats and got himself banned. Well, yeah. Like, people will see. But I think especially it comes with, like, you know, older urban explorers and, like, even though they'll get themselves, like, I'm not talking about theme park explorers, just urban explorers in general. I'm probably going to be safer and smarter about it than a lot of kids, but a lot of kids are, you know, seeing YouTubers do it and think, oh, I want to be cool like them, I'm going to go into this ride. And not be safe or smart, or not follow the rules of look, but you know, you can look at stuff, but you don't touch anything, you don't take anything.
Of them are like 12 and under. I mean, I understand why that is. It's not a condemned building, so safety isn't really an issue. It's very accessible. The path isn't blocked.
Okay, instantly there. See, that's the other thing. So with the kids that are doing, those kids just filmed their own faces while they were inside the abandoned building. And I get it's because they're kids and they're stupid, but Jesus fucking, you are filming yourself committing a crime and you just showed your entire face. They know who, it will take 2 seconds for Disney to find out who you are from that. My god. But I mean, yes, okay, you don't have to worry about probably falling through the floor because it's not a condemned building, but like, I guess there's the silver lining that at least any of these kids who broke in weren't probably gonna die.
Off. The building isn't even locked half the time because the various vendors from the food festivals usually wheel equipment in and out for storage. And there's a lot of intact old attraction stuff back there, so you can get a lot of good footage with minimal effort. Even if you do get caught, it's very low risk. Like, you can just say you got lost, and then the theme park employee who won't believe you will still just walk you back to your mom.
Which I guess is true. Like, if you're a little kid, and if, you know, and you go in there, if you're a whole ass adult who goes in there, you probably will get banned. But if a kid got caught, you could easily say you got lost, especially since the doors aren't locked. You could easily say, oh, I just wandered in here to check it out, like, not knowing that it was a abandoned building if there's staff in there, you know?
Who's waiting for you because you're 12. And then you celebrate by doing like a Fortnite dance or something. So that was the status quo for a good few years.
Between like wandering around and getting caught and then actively kind of breaking into the ride.
Someone would go back there, they'd get a lot of cool pictures of the old attractions, they would snap some selfie footage to incriminate themselves.
Hey, what up? It's your boy just hanging out somewhere I'm not supposed to be. If you're a cop, like, comment, and subscribe. Peace.
But I mean, they wouldn't damage anything while they were back there, and I think Disney just kind of decided they were harmless because they didn't seem to crack down that hard, and they didn't really put extra security in the building. And I was kind of into it because we got some really good pictures of old animatronics, and we got some really good updates on Buzzy, and this is where we can start to establish a timeline. When Urban Explorers started going deep enough into the building, they found that the Body Wars vehicles were all still in their hangar bay and ready to launch at any time. They also found that the Cranium Command Theater was still intact. And then, through even more urban exploring, we found out that in 2014, the Body Wars vehicles were sadly removed from the building and presumably were torn up for parts to use on the other Star Tours rides in various parks. But even with all that happening, Cranium Command was hanging in there. It looked the same as it had the day it closed. I mean, sure, Buzzy started to look a little worse for wear. He started to get a little grubby, some of his hair started falling out, and one of his eyes started to sag. As seen in some 2017 footage, at some point they started to light up Buzzy 24/7 with some kind of horror movie spotlight, presumably to deter vandals, but also maybe just because he's afraid of the dark. And in some kind of bittersweet news, he was red tagged. When Disney is considering an area or attraction for demolition, they will go through and put a red archives tag on various things of historical significance in the area. The tag says, do not destroy, right?
It's for people when they come and demolish, that kind of confirms that the ride is going to get demolished, but it confirms that they wanted to save, they want to save Buzzy. Like, the red tag means you do not demolish this bit. We're keeping this bit and we're putting him in the archives. Maybe he'll go in like a museum someday.
On it, and it says that the object is supposed to go to the Walt Disney Archives. I say bittersweet because it was good news that they intended to save Buzzy and not throw him in the garbage, but it was kind of sad confirmation that they were not going to reopen the attraction. And from then on, the story starts to get a little fuzzy. In early August of 2018, teams of Imagineers and managers are reportedly seen moving in and out of the building. It's rumored that they are evaluating the condition of the show and testing its operation in consideration of possibly reopening it. But again, this is a rumor that we heard a lot for like a decade. I mentioned that Buzzy was looking worse for wear and his clothes were getting faded and worn, but the next time the Urban Explorers go in after this Imagineer meeting, he has a fresh coat of paint, he's got some shiny new clothes, he's looking pretty good. People saw it as very encouraging that they had bothered to cosmetically fix Buzzy, and reportedly they had been testing his hydraulics. So again, we were getting rumors of some kind of special event, and I don't know if that was in the plans. I think maybe it was, but now we'll never know. Because just when things were looking up for old Buzzy, in December of 2018, the news drops on Twitter that Buzzy is gone. And not just gone. Buzzy is stolen. Where is our boy? One account says that he was carved out of his perch while his hydraulic lines were still active, spraying hydraulic fluid all over the crime scene like fresh blood. It was very upsetting, okay? We hear a rumor online that police have arrested the urban explorer who most recently took pictures of Buzzy, and that they're now searching his house to see if Buzzy is in his house, like in a closet or something. That all sounds wild, but people start internet sleuthing and find an actual police report. However, the police report is only for the theft of Buzzy's clothes and, gruesomely, his hands. I understand that that's probably because the hands were just an easily removable fixture. However, I like imagining Bob Iger getting, like, Buzzy's pinky in the mail with a ransom note. And, like, there's hydraulic fluid all over the page. Another interesting twist, the police report for the clothes was filed in mid-August, so that explains the fresh outfit. At this point, there's a lot of confusion flying around, like, oh, I guess Buzzy wasn't stolen, I guess it's just his clothes, like, I mean, that's still really bad, but at least Buzzy's okay. Think again. Another urban explorer goes back into the attraction, which apparently is still a thing you can just do. And this guy posts photos
even after it's been confirmed that Buzzy's hands and clothes have been stolen, and then a rumor that Buzzy himself has been stolen, they still didn't up the security. So someone goes in and is like, I'm gonna find out if that's true. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna see if Buzzy's there, if he's naked, if he's there.
Confirm that Buzzy is not where he belongs.
Buzzy's
the photos, which are very upsetting, show that the hydraulic lines and wires weren't disconnected. They were just hacked through with what looks like a dull blade. It's just this horrible jagged cut. So where is Buzzy?
Like, that was not removed by Disney. Disney would have, like, you know, disconnected the cables. They would have just hacked him out of there.
Where is our boy? There are a few theories, and I'm going to break them down. Theory number one, Buzzy was stolen by an urban explorer. With so many people going in and out of the building, and so many of them seemingly eager to gather some kind of social currency by getting photos and posting them online, it's not a far leap of logic.
What is a man?
Ninja!
A miserable little pile of secrets!
Hi, sorry, I'm having a little breaky at the moment. Welcome, Raiders! Thank you for finding your way from the dojo. Sorry, hang on. Yeah, we're just watching YouTube at the moment because I'm taking a little lunch break, but I didn't want to actually be off stream. So we're just watching some YouTubes together. Let me get around my food to my keyboard to give Ninja a shout out.
No! You're bloody blocked! God's sake, you shitting on the buggering!
Oh, those are spooky sounds. Of course, of course, of course!
Get!
Oh, Ninja.
The one thing I didn't do was check which ones were hideable, for Christ's sake. Nightmare Run, you can't hide anywhere, you always have to. Why was I told for you git? You shit. Ah, son of a bitch.
But, oh, did I scroll too far down? What happened here? I don't know. Anyway. Hello Raiders, welcome. You can call me Prince. I am a neurodivergent trans vampire. You're welcome to become one of my children of the night. I am an 18+ content creator, voice actor, and illustrator, as well as a VTuber and variety streamer. I post bi-weekly audio roleplays as various characters on my YouTube. All my socials are listed on my card if you type !socials in chat. I also have an Etsy shop where I sell original art and fan art under the name Empty Masks. Currently, schedule's a bit over the place, but typically Friday, Saturdays at the moment. Just doing art at the moment because I don't have any games to play presently. Right now, we are watching some YouTube video essay stuff while I eat my food because I'm on a kind of tight schedule for when I've got to eat because I'm on some antibiotics and stuff at the moment. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid. If you, Ninja, or anyone who came in with the raid needs to go sleep, eat, rest up, whatever, it's absolutely more than okay. I have no problem with people lurking or raiding and running. We're getting towards the end of a video about, an old Disney ride that was kind of left a little bit abandoned, and the animatronic from it has gone missing. What? I've watched this before. And also, I know things. This video is 4 years old. Once the video's over, I will go over what we learned after this video came out. But yeah, after I finished eating, I will get back to drawing. We'll be drawing some stickers based on the video game The Arcana. For now, we just hanging out. Whoopsie. I minimized everything. There we go.
A lobject? What did I just say? It's not a far leap of logic to assume that it's going to escalate to trophy hunting. Add to that the fact that, according to a police report, when police questioned the urban explorer whose house they'd searched, they found photographs that were sent from his cell phone in August showing the stolen merchandise in the defendant's vehicle, as well as text messages claiming the stolen merchandise was sold for $8,000. That's pretty incriminating. Case closed.
At the very least, even if that guy didn't steal Buzzy, he did steal things from the ride and sell them, or try to sell them.
I guess he's got Buzzy. But wait, here is why that doesn't check out. The alleged photos only show Buzzy's clothes, not Buzzy. The police search of the urban explorer's house did not turn up Buzzy. And let's talk logistics for a minute. Buzzy is an elaborate piece of machinery. He was mounted 6 or 7 feet in the air on a hydraulic arm. There is a maintenance service lift underneath to do repairs, so they could access him that way, but they would have to know it was there and know how to use it. Then, even if you can get yourself up to Buzzy, he's both bolted to his seat and connected by multiple hydraulic lines. Even pretending you can get him loose, Buzzy weighs at least 300 pounds and probably closer to 500 pounds. Picture a mini fridge that you're lifting down over your head, but it's also full of scrap metal and you put a hat on it. Getting Buzzy down without damage to him or yourself is a several man operation, and even when you succeed in that, you have to think about—
I don't think unless someone tried to take him and accidentally broke him, and Disney doesn't want to admit that he was broken. I don't think it could be that Disney took him, otherwise they would have removed him properly. I don't think they would have said quite
how you're going to get him out of the park without security noticing. I do think this is still possible if you're very determined. I mean, they have those new covered wagon stroller things for like toddlers. If you swaddled Buzzy in enough blankets and pretended he was asleep, you could probably roll him out of the park in that. People would just assume he was your big-headed son. But this is a very daring heist and would obviously be difficult and extremely risky to try to pull off. So, theory number 2, Buzzy was stolen by an employee. This is slightly more feasible in my opinion. People working in certain departments would in theory have the ability to bring their own vehicle backstage. Particularly, a vendor with one of the food festivals would not only likely be allowed to bring a van backstage, but would also have free access to the Wonders of Life pavilion. You're supposed to store your equipment and food in there anyway, so you could go in, put Buzzy on one of those metal food cart thingies that they have in movies, throw a tablecloth over him, and just tell everyone he's a very large rotisserie chicken. The reason I consider this less likely is if you're entering as an employee backstage, you also have to exit from the backstage. If you're leaving the park as a guest, you can take your big stroller wagon and just blend into a huge crowd and walk right out the main exit. If you're leaving as an employee from backstage, you're going to pass through a security checkpoint with a security officer who is specifically watching you to make sure you're not doing things like leaving with a large stolen animatronic. Being an employee would grant you certain advantages, but I also think it would put you under more scrutiny, so it would make it a lot harder to pull off. This heist is not going to be a cakewalk just because you work there, unless you're very far up the chain of command, which incidentally brings me to theory number 3. It was an inside job. I said before that there were a lot of urban explorers and they were generally harmless. The people habitually trespassing into old attractions were generally fanboys of the parks, so they posed no real threat of vandalism or theft and didn't seem to mean the company any ill will. That kind of shifted in 2018, a new blog surfaced called Backdoor Disney. He'd post sneaky pictures of old animatronics in storage, which was pretty par for the course. And honestly, some pretty good content, really nice photos. But the longer it went on, the more these pictures were accompanied by very antagonistic captions. I'm not sure how far he got into the Twitter game before deciding to just openly declare war on Disney. It was pretty relentless. He spent months tweeting about how they made him angry, he was done playing nice, they'd never stop him.
Also, the fact that he's complaining, like, Disney took down one of my videos, it's like, well, yeah, you broke into areas of their park, filmed yourself doing it, and put them on YouTube. Yeah, Disney took them down. This is war. How could they? I mean, Disney's kind of in the... I don't like Disney. I think they're a piece of shit, but, like, they're allowed to do that. I think that's fair for them to say, I don't want you to upload a video of you breaking into our property. And he took that real personal, like...
offering public giveaways of things he had stolen while he was trespassing.
Yeah, and then he was openly stealing stuff from Disney, props, and like things like, yeah, stacks of FastPass tickets that hadn't been like put in the machines yet. And we're just selling them or giving them away, so like, it's when we know he's stealing.
Tweeting about impersonating employees to sneak backstage. At this point, you're not gonna find me in the parks, so you guys just keep chasing your tails. Every tweet of
just keep chasing it, Jesus Christ. Every tweet of mine gets printed out and put in a folder.
Mine gets printed and put in a folder. Keep printing, boys. I don't think there was any real threat here. It was pretty transparently just a case of some young guy getting caught up in the fantasy that he was like a secret agent or something. He would even allude to his team like he was a member of the
from the future
resistance. And he went on a couple podcasts and honest to God had them distort his voice like he was in the witness protection program. Urban exploring was nothing new, but I have to imagine that the combination of his recurring flagrant attempts and his antagonistic attitude was at least irritating to Disney's security team. Based on some of his tweets, they did appear to somehow immediately find out his identity, but they didn't seem able to catch him in the act and actually stop him from trespassing again and again. So the reason I'm bringing up this one specific guy is that character I mentioned earlier in the video of the urban explorer who had his home searched by police and who allegedly had photos on his phone of the stolen items in his own car. That was this guy. So hear me out. You're a theme park company, and you have an epidemic of increasingly bold kids trespassing in your backstage areas, taking...
I'm gonna pause here to actually update. So Backdoor Disney. We know that he hates Disney. We know that he's been urban exploring, we know he's stolen stuff before, and we now know that he's the guy who stole Buzzy's clothing and was selling it. Since Jenny posted this video, Backdoor Disney then posted a photo. I'll go find it. You know what? Let's catch up on what's going off with poor old Buzzy. So that Backdoor Disney man. Let me see if I can find. Oh yeah, it's not gonna be long. Look away if this picture's gonna be upsetting. If you don't want to see Buzzy harmed, but you know, after Jenny put that video out and like maybe it was Backdoor Disney, but who knows? I mean, who knows who did it? We know he stole Buzzy's clothes, but there's no proof that he took Buzzy, and he probably wouldn't be able to do that, right? And that's how Jenny's video ended. And then, after Jenny posted that video, Backdoor Disney tweeted this. It just says, Buzzy head, and there is a picture of an eyeless, hairless, decapitated Buzzy head. So, Buzzy's not doing too good, guys. The the police also found that he had sold Buzzy's clothes to, like, an NBA player. Like, a famous, like, NBA player who said, I thought they were, like, legit. I didn't know they were stolen goods. And you're like, how could you not have known? You bought Disney props from just some random guy, and you thought, I bet they're not stolen. Why would some random guy have them? Also, like, if you're that big of a fan of Disney that you really want the Cranium Commander clothing, surely you would know that, I don't know, that he'd been stolen. Like, what the fuck? Let me see if I can actually find some other people recapping, because I'm sure there's some details that I'm forgetting about. So I'm on themeparktourist.com. Let's catch up. So what we knew he had stolen was a bomber jacket, the headphones, and the green hat. So Backdoor Disney was a former Disney employee and grew his Twitter following, and he had quite a sizable following by breaking into places backstage while he worked there, and then also I guess after he got fired or quit. It doesn't say how he was terminated. Carried on breaking in. So the clothes went missing first, and then Buzzy himself went missing. So 5 days before he was arrested, we get Buzzy Face. He'd also stolen props from the Haunted Mansion and intended to return to steal another full animatronic from the he was planning on taking a whole ass animatronic from the Haunted Mansion. I didn't know that. How the fuck did he think he was gonna do that? But then I guess if he'd already taken, I mean, because everyone saw this as like proof that he'd taken Buzzy, right? Like that's clearly Buzzy's head, right? So he and his cousin, who reportedly helped in the stealing of Buzzy, were arrested. Despite the arrest, no one has actually said where the Buzzy is. Like, even this face, like, we've seen this picture of his face. No one's found it. Like, when they searched his home, they eventually tracked down Buzzy's clothes, but no one found Buzzy. Despite this photo. Now, what some people I just saw under the comments of Jenny's video are saying is that some people don't think this is Buzzy's head. They think it's a mold. They think, like, this is what was used to mold the head for the actual animatronic. And we also know that the jacket that he took was red, which is not the colour that Buzzy wears, but had in some promotional art. So people are thinking what he stole was from some kind of workshop behind the scenes area. That he'd stolen from, and not that this isn't like a face that he cut off barbarically from the animatronic. People think this is like a mold of Buzzy's head that was used to make Buzzy's head. And even if that's true, if this is a mold and this isn't Buzzy's head, no one's found the mold. I mean, I guess this could be a photo that he took while in the attraction, behind the scenes, and not something that he stole and took back with him, but yeah, he sold Buzzy's clothes to an NBA player, and he was charged with the theft of the Haunted Mansion stuff, but he hasn't been charged with the theft of Buzzy, because whether this is a mold or Buzzy's face, it's not been found, and neither has the rest of Buzzy. And I just... where is he? It's been like 4 or 5 years since he was stolen. I swear to God, if he was taken and then just destroyed. This poor boy. Let's look at him when he was alive. Let's do that. We don't have to look at this photo anymore. There he is. Let's remember him how he was. He's just a little guy. He's the cartoon form of Buzzy that's in the ride animation screen things. I still can't believe that NBA players like, I didn't know that the Buzzy items were stolen. What? You just bought some Disney stuff off some random guy? And you didn't think that they were stolen? I mean, Backdoor Disney did get arrested for stealing the Haunted Mansion stuff, but not for Buzzy, because they can't find Buzzy, and if they can't find him, they can't prove that this photo was of something stolen. It could have just been a photo he took while trespassing. So, we still don't know where he is. And he could be all alone out there. What if he's scared of the dark, guys? What do we do? And he was all ready to get archived. It wasn't like someone stole him to save him from being destroyed. He was gonna go to the archives. I'm sorry to have delivered you such a tragic tale. I don't have a lot of food left. So rather than watch another video, I say we get back to I mean, unless someone like, I mean, I feel like if Disney was, one, he'd been tagged with the red tag, which means they were going to put him in the archive. They weren't going to like use him for parts. And then also, if Disney were going to remove him, I would think that they would have done it themselves rather than hacked all their stuff, unless for some reason they couldn't. But I feel like by now Disney would have put out the word that, oh, it's fine, we took him, we have him, he's in the archives. Like, wouldn't they have put that out there? Unless they want us all to keep guessing, unless Disney may, unless it's all just a publicity stunt. And they did hack Buzzy out of there to make it look like a robbery. And then in like 10 years time they're gonna be like, look, we found Buzzy, and then everyone's gonna go flock to the park to be like, oh my god, Buzzy! They had him all along. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, I don't know if that would be a thing. I'm just being silly. Who knows? It's been demolished since Buzzy was taken. The last videos I see of Training Commander from 2019, which obviously, because after that, I mean, the park's been closed, and I don't think anyone's broken back into Training Command since it's reopened after COVID. I could be wrong. I don't think they have. Sticks left. Let me move this tray with food on it out of the way. My carrot sticks in here, so I can eat them while I draw. Let's move this tray. I'll put it in my bed. I still have the bowl of buttercream. I haven't eaten from yet. I mean, was I gonna say no? And a whole spoonful of buttercream here. It's good stuff. I'm just gonna have this mixing bowl in my lap and this spoon. I'm just gonna eat like I'm a tiny child. I turned it up, but we had YouTube on. Of course, I hope that wasn't like super boring and annoying. I just didn't want to end stream. Just to eat lunch and then pop back on stream again. I could probably, like, if I'd have ended stream to eat, I probably just wouldn't have come back online. And that would have been a little sad. Because I had to start stream later because, the whole schedule around my meds and eating. And also because I went for a walk in the snow with my parents and then got back and then got distracted by building the snowman. Otherwise, I could have started stream, like, an hour earlier, but I went for a little walk instead. And you can hear a scraping sound, that's me scraping the spoon against the inside of this mixing bowl. So I can get every bit of buttercream in here. I'm not letting any of it go to waste. Who needs a dishwasher when you got me? I fucking love buttercream. There's a lot more left in this bowl than I thought. ASMR was I? I'm like, no. There must be some more in here somewhere. This is all I can get. I've got to savor this. I haven't done this since I was little. Like, my mum hasn't even baked since I was like maybe 10. Well, that was a thing. Right. Should have mic levels back to what they were. I think we should be up here. Okay. Let's see if I can get one one sticker drawn, gosh. It's slow goings, isn't it? Right, let's see. And then we'll get like quiet, silent, concentrating mode. Oh, am I gonna combine those hours? Yeah, it's fine. I realised I just started tapping out the music on my keyboard. Oops. I just had a thought and I just want to check. I just had a thought of like, what if the Stanley Parable soundtrack is on Spotify? Because I remember some of the, like, the Adventureland song, I think was, because it was by, I want to say some of the songs, or maybe one of the songs from the first game, well, not the first game, but the 2012 version of the game, was by the Blake Robinson Orchestra? I always forget what he's called. He's done, like, a lot of songs on YouTube. Let's find out. See what happens if I type Stanley Parable into Spotify. I do see the Blake Robinson Orchestra. Oh, this is from 2013. Bits of the Stanley Parable. So from 2013. Maybe all of them are done by the Blake Robinson Orchestra. Okay, so there's a 2013 soundtrack on Spotify, and then a bunch of like fan-made songs and fan-made albums. But that's not what I want. I found a narrator fan-made playlist that has 500 songs. No, sorry. I read that one. Has 500 likes, not 500 songs on it. I might listen to that later. I see it has a lot of Will Wood on there, and then, you know, I'm like, checks out. I wonder if they haven't released a soundtrack for the Ultra Deluxe. Okay, it was the Blake Robinson Orchestra who did the soundtrack for the original. Oh, they put the whole soundtrack as a YouTube video. So Crows, the game studio who made the Stanley Parable, has the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, the complete soundtrack, as an official video on their official YouTube channel. Like, they've uploaded it themselves to YouTube.
This is a soundtrack for a video game called The Stanley Parable.
Oops, I clicked on it. I'm sorry if anyone got freaked out by hearing his voice. I clicked on it and instantly YouTube was like, why have you opened me while you were streaming? What have you done? Like, no, YouTube, really, it's okay. Does it just have a picture, or is it actually like an animation? It's a picture of the bucket. It'd be cool if it spun around like a record. Oh, maybe it does slowly spin around? That's a lot of stickers. Do you guys want to listen to the Stanley Parable?
This is a soundtrack for a...
I'm so happy there's an intro. Oh, you can buy or download it on Bandcamp. There you go. I was like, please say it somewhere. I'll pay for it. So it has all the music from the original 2013 version and the Ultra Deluxe. So all the original music from the 2013 version of the game, all the extra tracks written for the Ultra Deluxe, and 11 bonus tracks from the demo game. So from the original Stanley Parable demo, which if you haven't played is a separate game from the Stanley Parable. I'd be down to play the demo on stream. It's kind of think about how the Ultra Deluxe room is, where it's like the Stanley Parable 2, and it's like that room with all that tiny little rooms that just have like, extra random bits of content, and that's kind of the feel of the demo, like the 2012 demo of the Stanley Parable. So bonus tracks from that demo. I don't know if it will like also include any music that was maybe written for the Half-Life 2 mod, which came before the demo. Trailers and unused content. Joining the Blake Robinson Orchestra. I don't know how to say these other names. Okay, so Blake Robinson Orchestra did the original soundtrack. The Ultra Deluxe is a different composer. You know what? YouTube seems to play better when I pop it out and have it over here. Oh, there's the bucket. It's got loads of stickers on it. Dom's famous sticker printing facility. We got the Crows logo, which is the game studio's logo, is this little crow on the hammer. Sticker of the bucket. So there's more stickers. This is Spin Me, property of Stanley. I don't know what this says. It looks like it says Baylord? Ballord? I think that's Lord, and then there might be a B, and then I don't know what's happening in between. Do you guys want to listen to a little...
This is a soundtrack for a video game called The Stanley Parable.
Look at that bucket go! Certified bangers lulz, a little smiley. Made out of, a double quaver. We got Davy Reddin's, what did it say? Creator of the Parable? Oh yeah! There's one of the guys who works on the game. Stanley Parable Deluxe sticker, now with almost nothing but horrific noises. Locally grown waveforms. Stream or download, it's up to you. We've got some credits. It's rated G for good. We've got a bunch of, all of these stickers are for the different composers who worked on the soundtrack. It was made for ears. Warning, this bucket will melt if left in the or in the... Is that gonna say or in the sun? Why would the bucket melt if it was left in the sun? We got the 8-ball sticker, so, okay, so the 8, which is a kind of a, like, its own little, like, in-joke meme in Stanley Parable. You won't understand if you've seen the Ultra Deluxe, because it's not in the Ultra Deluxe, but it is in the original Stanley Parable demo, which is free. I think, yeah, it's still free on Steam, I think. I think you can still get it, where there's just a button and you press it and it says 8. I thought maybe the original version, the 2013 version of the game, also had the 8 button in. Don't take my word for it, but the Ultra Deluxe didn't. I missed it dearly. Official product of the games industry. What's that? $9.99? I don't know if that's cheap for a metal bucket. I don't know what the traditional price of a metal bucket is. I'm just gonna put the spinning bucket up. Where do you want it? Where do you guys want the bucket? Actually, no, I need to put it somewhere it's not gonna get in my way. So I'm gonna put it down here. He's safe down here, don't worry guys. How do you feel about this music choice? Those who are lurking are gonna get real confused and think I opened a game. I'm gonna peel the little paper off this cupcake. I don't know how distracting this will be. I just was getting really fed up of the Deltarune music for today. I was like, it's understimulating me. And I didn't want to hop off stream in order just to be able to watch something else. Chair, pull up. Oh my God, I couldn't get out of my chair under my desk. So that was the first piece of music, was what plays during the "This is the story of a man named Stanley." And then this is what plays once you get through the little cinematic video intro. And this is when you actually load into the game. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Oh no! I didn't... Oh. That's interesting to think, like, do I know more of the game's dialogue off by heart than I thought I did? Because I thought I knew none other than "This is the story of a man named Stanley," but maybe there's more lodged in there. Oh, I hate doing the hands. I hate drawing circles. I think that arm could have been further away from my body. And the hand could definitely be bigger. I just didn't want to redraw it. Oh no. That's better. bracelets and not make them too close to each other. Just have to do the two. Do the corset first. I don't know if I'm able to get all the detail in the corset. I'm gonna have to simplify it a bit. We'll just do it like that. Pebbles Bubbles! Hello, welcome back in. Yeah, what to Nadia. Julian, I finished drawing last week. I'm currently listening to some Stanley Parable soundtrack, because I got a bit kind of understimulated and bored of the Deltarune music, so we have a little bucket down here spinning around. Welcome in, I hope your week's been well. Is some of the music gonna be spoopy? This is called Truth and Lies. Oh, unless this is the music that plays in the mind controlled ending. I think so. Yeah, this is when the door opens, right? And Stanley was happy, and he gets to go outside the facility. I forgot which of the other ending that also used that and Stanley was happy line. I'm real curious. I forget, Ali, I think it was Ali, put a video about, like a video essay about the Stanley Parable in my Discord, and I keep meaning to watch it. Because I think the thing with Stanley Parable is there's absolutely so much room for lore, and for you to theorize and headcanon about lore and stuff. But I think the creators give you a lot of room to come up with a lot of different options, because I don't think the creators has... Oh, it was Cheesecake, okay. I'm not sure that that was the creator's intent. By what I mean is that, like, I think when they were designing the Stanley Parable, at least definitely for the 2013 version, that they didn't have in mind who the narrator was, what kind of creature is he? Is he a god? Is he an alien? Is he human? Is he a robot? Like, I don't think they thought of that. I think they just thought, we're gonna have a disembodied narrator, and they left it as kind of like a blank slate for anyone who wants to fill in the gaps. Obviously, with the Ultra Deluxe, something has happened to employee... Oh god, I forgot the number. But, so, spoilers for Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, if you haven't finished playing it, stick your fingers in your ears for a minute. The menu settings guy who talks to you at the beginning, who has you adjust your sliders, is also an employee. And there's, like, things throughout the game that you can find that basically show that he was fine, and then he started kind of going a little bit insane, like, he figured out that they were all, like, in a game or something. Or whatever the... Because a lot of people imagine, like, Stanley's the only one who's real, the co-workers never were, but that kind of gives confirmation that the other co-workers were real, are real. Because one of the co-workers, he has become the settings man. What does that mean? I got no fucking clue. I don't think they'll make another Stanley Parable after this. But obviously that does leave room for, like, way more lore theorizing and stuff. But I don't think that the creators of the Stanley Parable have, like... I don't think it's like Five Nights at Freddy's, for example, where Five Nights at Freddy's has a true... Here's the true story, but it's hidden, find it. Whereas I think Stanley Parable doesn't have a kind of one true story or meaning. I think it's more, like, free for people to theorize and interpret with, and no one person's theory is going to be correct, because I don't think the writers have decided what is correct. I could be wrong. the people who wrote Stanley Parable could 100% have in their minds that the narrator is like a bored god and he's kidnapped some human called Stanley or created a human called like, I could be wrong. Crows could have an intention for it, but given the way that they've talked about things, like how originally when they were writing the game, the settings man wasn't going to be employee blah 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 for whatever. I can't remember his number. It's a number that's close to Stanley because his desk is like in that first room you walk into when you leave Stanley's office. He's the desk that doesn't have a computer and just has a pencil sharpener on it. But I can't remember the number. But yeah, anyway, sorry, that's just a long-winded way of saying, like, I think, like, if anyone's getting really heated over, like, Stanley Parable lore and headcanons, I don't think they should, because I think it's pretty much, like, multiple answers could be correct, because the writers themselves haven't decided on one true meaning. That's all I was gonna say. This is if you turn the mind control facility on. This track's called Control, so I'm guessing... I don't remember what the music is for that. I know it's kind of scary. Because all the, like, the lights are blaring and the countdown's going off and everything's red. And we're running around trying to click buttons. As always. Maybe not. It's interesting if I can't place some of these. Jeez. Oh no, yeah. This is if you turn the machine on. 100%. I've never been able to pay attention to the music before. Oh damn, it's got a good beat. I've never paid attention to the music when you turn the mind control machine on because you're too busy freaking the fuck out. The narrator's non-stop talking, there are lights flashing, there are sirens blaring, I think, and there's like all these buttons to press around the room that like make noises when you press them, so I've never actually like realized like the bassy beat in this track. Oh my god. Can we have a little party to the mind control on music? This is Bob. I'm just wiggling in my chair. I've been too busy freaking out at this part of the game to pay attention. Hi, Gala. Right? Do you know what it is? It's Stanley Parable music that I've never paid that much attention to because you're kind of frantically running around at this point and the narrator's screaming at you. This is if you choose to turn the mind control machine on and all the sirens are blaring and the narrator's like screaming at you and laughing at you. And I've never noticed that it fucking slaps because I'm too busy like getting like, oh god, what have I done? We're just partying at the moment. I just decided to put the Stanley Parable soundtrack on because I was feeling dissatisfied with other music. And I thought, why not, if I can find the Ultra Deluxe soundtrack? And I did! It's on YouTube for free, to stream by the... Let me pause it. By the actual, game studio themselves. We doing... well? I'm... I'll be okay. I'm on antibiotics again because I got an infection, a different infection than the one I had a few weeks ago. I had to go to A&E on Sunday. I'm doing fine. But hopefully everything's gonna be okay. And it's just a skin infection-y situation, and on my eyelids, which was not comfortable. That's why, you know, on Friday stream I was like, man, my eyelid and my eye really hurts. Yeah, that's why. on streams last week I was like, man, this hurts, I wonder why. So because my stupid eczema got so bad and cracked that an infection managed to get in. Yay. Anyway, hopefully it heals up, because it is 15 days until Comic-Con, and I want to be able to wear makeup, please. And I'm not risking putting any makeup on this until I'm, like, done with the course of antibiotics, and then maybe even a few more days after that, like... So I'm still getting some sensations on and around my eyes, but I am also having, like, really dry eyes at the moment. It took, like, a day for the swelling to go, yeah, so... It was like it hurt Friday, Saturday, and then it got really swollen on Sunday. I was like, I need to go to A&E. I can't wait. This is really bad. I feel like it was burning and it was swollen, and I was like, I gotta go. It still is a bit red. It's definitely more red than my other eyelid, but hopefully it'll be fine. Because I want to be able to put all my contouring and my eyeshadow and my makeups on to become Julian in a couple weeks. Because I wanna try and become... I haven't had time to test out the cosplay yet. I finished it, but I haven't had time to put it all on. Well, I could do that without the makeup, so I should do that. I say finished it. I've got like 2 things to glue, and then I gotta style the wig. It's con crunch time. Well, I gotta get myself all prettied up. I'm gonna see Gala. I gotta look good. Is he on my TikTok? Like, have I posted, like, cosplay videos yet? There are some where I'm wearing just the wig and just, like, a random outfit. Well, no, where I did, like, a makeup test, so I'm wearing the wig, the eye patch, and the makeup. But at that point, I hadn't made the costume yet. Now I've made the costume. And I need to try it all on together and make sure everything looks good. There's the mans who I'm gonna become. I'm excited. Well, I am. I've just been very tired. I haven't had time to really think. Oh my god, it's the con soon. Because I've just been tired and in pain, and these antibiotics are really draining me because I have to, like, take them at certain times. Well, I can't take them with food, and they have to be, like, certain hours before and certain hours after food, so I'm on this kind of, like, weird schedule at the moment that if I, like... And the other day, I accidentally missed taking one of the antibiotics, and I've got to take 4 a day, and with the times that I have to take them, I had to stay up until, like, 5 AM to correct my mistake. And I was really tired. So... hopefully I get to catch up on sleeps and stuffs. Hopefully it doesn't snow Comic-Con, because I would like to go outside. Because for those who haven't been to the NEC in Birmingham before, the National Exhibition Centre, it's kind of like its own little fucking place. Like, all there is the NEC building, just massive. It's got loads of halls, loads of conventions and, like, fairs and shows and stuff happen there. A train station, an airport, and a few hotels, and then the, like, resort centre, which has, like, restaurants and a cinema and I think a bowling alley in it. But outside the NEC is this lake and a kind of beach area. And a lot of us last year, because the weather was nice, went out onto the field out there and there's this big grass area and then it kind of turns into like beach with some benches in the lake. And loads of people were out there taking photos. Some of the people who'd cosplayed Silco went into the lake to do photos with their jinxes. Just spur of the moment, I'm like, just full on waded in there. And I didn't get any, like, many photos outside. I didn't get any solo photos outside last year, and I'd really like to get some photos outside near the lake. There's some, like, trees and stuff, and also there's, like, a tunnel somewhere back there, like, this kind of little, like, footpath tunnel thing, that's kind of got some lights in it and some graffiti in it, and I saw people taking photos of there last year, and I was like, oh, that would have been cool. I didn't know that existed. And I'm still not exactly sure where it is, but I think some people in my group know where it is. Or we'll just have a bit of a wander outside if the weather's okay, and get some pics outside. That's what I really want to do this year, is get more solo photos, and remember to film stuff. I was the only person in my group last year who was recording video, which meant that, like, I got no video of myself, and I want to rectify that, and I want to make sure, one, that I am filming stuff, and that I'm filming stuff well, but also that I do get videos of myself, too. And make sure, and every single con I'm like, I've done this so many times, I'm not gonna get nervous to ask people for photos. I always get nervous. Whether it's like, I want to go up to I've got better at, like, stopping cosplays and being like, can I get a photo with you? But I'm still incredibly nervous when it comes to, like, asking my friends to take selfies together. And especially also being like, if I'm like, I want, like, what I didn't do last year is ever ask for any, like, solo photos. Like, I have some of, like, a photographer that came and shot our group, but in terms of, like, oh, we're near this cool backdrop, I want a picture with this, like, sometimes I managed it, like, when me and some of the others were hanging out before the con, like, the day before, when we were in Manchester, and we went to this place that had this, like, statue of the fawn from Pan's Labyrinth, and I was like, I want a photo with it, and I was like, Amy, could you? I'm so shy about, like, bothering my friends, and then it's like, yeah, but if any of my friends was like, hey, could you take a few solo photos of me, I'd be like, yeah, sure. So I don't know why I'm bothered and nervous about asking them. See, you offer, Gala, but I tell you, I'm gonna be, like, way too shy. And then I'm gonna get home and I'm gonna be like, I'm such an idiot, why didn't I get more photos? And then I'm gonna be, and I'll be there, I'll be like, this is the time, I'm not gonna get shy about asking for photos, and then I'm gonna get shy about asking for photos. But if you're with me and you ever want photos with anyone, you can just literally just shove your phone into my hands and run off to find the person, and I'll just follow. I'll follow. You don't even need to ask. Just be like, here's my phone, take a photo. I'll be like, okay. I'll try my best. I'll be really shy about it. But I'll try. Thank you for the offer. I am looking forward to it. I've just been really tired this week, so I didn't actually realise how soon it was. I was just like, oh yeah, Comic Con's at, like, what, like the 25th of March? Yeah. Oh shit, it's the 10th of March today. Oh, that's, you add 15 to that, and oh no. So yeah. Oopsies. But even like last year, like, I got photos with a lot of cosplayers I saw and thought were cool. But there's also a lot I just didn't go up to. There was someone cosplaying Utau from Shugokara, which is like an old magical girl anime, which I loved so much as a kid. And I've never seen anyone cosplay anything from Shugokara. And I saw her and I was like, she was in Utau's like devil. I forget what the transformation outfit's called, but like the kind of bat devil one, and I was like, and then I didn't. I just stayed still on the floor, and I didn't go, Davey, can we run over? Gala, fuck yes! I love Sugar Gala so much. I still am super nostalgic for it. It's the only anime that I actually own on DVD. And I bought it. It's I don't even know if it's like an official DVD. I got it when I was like 12. Who the fuck knows? The subtitles are kind of broken on it. It has English subs on the DVD. How well done are the sub? I mean, they seem okay. It's not that they're badly translated, it's just sometimes they don't show up from what I remember of watching it. And I'd already watched all of the show, and then I bought it on DVD and I watched it again on the TV downstairs while my mum was in the room. But I don't have any official Sugar Cat merch other than like volume 1 of the manga and the DVD. If the DVD is official, who knows? I have a little pin of Icto that I got off someone off Etsy, and I have a little Sugar Cat sticker as well of Ran, Mickey, and Sue. But like, Icto was like first anime boy crush. I watched Sailor Moon before I watched Sugar Cat, but I didn't have a crush on anyone in Sailor Moon. I love Sailor Moon, but I just didn't have a crush on anyone. And then I watched Sugar Cat, and then I was like, I like this the cat man. Those little magic eggs, yeah. Oh, I was wrong about the third track. I thought the third track was the good mind control, like when you choose to turn the mind control machine off and the door opens and you get "And Stanley Was Happy." Nope. Nope, this one is "And Stanley Was Happy," so I don't know what that other track was. Yeah, this is when the door opens. Unless the other one just plays. No, I think the other one just plays when you enter the mind control facility, and then these are the two endings that split off from that. Once you make the decision whether to press it on or off. I think. But I've got such wide tastes that there'll always be people cosplaying who I want photos with, because I like so much like Marvel and DC and Lord of the Rings and animes, although I tend to only know older animes. I have never watched My Hero Academia, or like, I only watched like half of the first season of Attack on Titan. I don't know any newer anime. Like, My Hero Academia is like the most recent anime I can think of, and it's not even that recent anymore. But like, video games, like Western TV shows and movies, animated movies, Critical Role, which, oh, God, there were so many Critical Role cosplayers, and I like, my local Comic Cons, let me just pause this because it's playing the Adventure Line song. My local cons, I never saw any Critical Role cosplayers, and then at MegaCon last year, there were so many Critical Role cosplayers. I only got photos with, these couple people who were going around together. One was Vax, one was Keyleth, but like Vax with his wings. And Keyleth, and I got a photo with them. And I didn't get a photo with anyone else, but there were so many, because that both at Birmingham and at Manchester, people arrange like, so there's always like cosplay meets, so people will go into like the Facebook page or on Instagram and say, hey, if you're cosplaying this fandom, we're all gonna meet up here at this time if you want to come along and get a group photo. The group photo pics, there were so many. I'm trying to think who there were the most of. There were definitely multiple Keyleths. There were multiple, Ferns. I saw a Percy, I saw a Vax. I don't know if I saw any Campaign 3 characters other than Fern. I could probably find photos of the meet, but yeah, so I expect a lot. Which, again, Gala, if you decide that you want photos with anyone or of anyone, like, if you want photos of anyone, con etiquette, you just ask someone before you take a photo. Even if you don't want a photo with them, if you want to take a photo of specifically of someone, you just go up and ask if you can take a photo of them, and they'll go, yeah, sure. Just don't snap one without asking them, is a little rude. Even if you don't want to be in it. And if you do want to be in photos with anyone, you let me know, and I'll be happy to take them. I have seen that there's going to be some stalls selling dice. We must be careful. There was a stall at, was it Manchester? That had the big fancy stall. That had this massive wooden D20 as part of its display. I think it was at Manchester. So much money. I've drawn out in cash already the amount of money that I'm like, this is my budget, this is what I can spend. I would say, the 1D that has it in their dice goblin phase, that's good, keep your money. I only have 3 sets. Because I ordered for the Pride dice, I love the Pride dice. So, and I ordered the pansexual and the gender fluid ones, and they came from America and they're taking ages to get here, and they weren't going to come in time for my first game. So I got like this really cheap pack of 5 sets of dice off Amazon. And all of them were like a different colour and black kind of mixed together. So one was like red and black, one was purple and black, green and black, blue and black, and then yellow and black. And I got rid of all of them apart from the yellow and black, and people were like, ew, but the yellow and black is like the ugliest one of the set, why do you want that? And I'm like, shut up, my character, Eros, he wears like a black and yellow, or like black and goldish yellow striped, like, waistcoat vest, and I was like, these are the exact colours of his waistcoat. I want to use these ones for him. And then once the Pride Dice came, I was like, cool. So I just have the 3 sets. And I would have had 2 if the Pride Dice had arrived sooner in the post. Was this track literally just the 8 button? Oh, and of course it's track 8. Which, again, like, the 8 reference is not something that anyone will know if you haven't played the original Stanley Parable demo. Let's just listen to that again.
8.
Yep, there it is. Just wanted to just make sure I was quiet. So we had the adventure. Sorry, I was talking over the adventure line. No, I don't know what track this is. It's called Showing Him the Door. I'm thinking what con tips I can give people. Especially like if it's your first time, which is like, yeah, if you're taking photos of anyone, ask permission. Whether you want to be in the photo with them or whether you just want a photo of them on their own. Obviously, if you're just taking like a big wide shot of the whole room or the whole con, yeah, you don't have to go up to every individual person and ask them. Don't touch people's cosplays. Most people, I know you guys are smart that you wouldn't. Too many people do go, whoa, that's so cool, and then reach up and touch some sticky outy part or weapon of someone's cosplay, and then you fucking break it. Stop doing that. Don't touch people's costumes, you barbarians. Didn't think that one would need to be said. I think a lot of the time it's kids that do it, though. But, like, if you're bringing your kids, tell them not to do that. Because I've seen too many people get their stuff broken. Because little kids are like, whoa, and just grabbing at people's costumes. When it cut, like, if you're... I would say... If you want to take a photo of someone's stall or any of the artwork they have, like, if it's an artist alley table... Ask them. Some artists don't like photos being taken of their stalls. Most of them are fine with the whole stall, but some people are wary, and as someone who I have worked at artist alleys and tabled there is a reason, and that's because sadly too many people, like, take photos of, like, posters that people have for sale, and then, like, trace them, bootleg them. There's been people who've had artist alleys tables at cons who are just selling, like, traced and stolen art of other art. There was someone who was selling traced, like, stolen art of another artist who was actually also at the same con. So, if it comes to, like, artist alley stalls, if you do want to take a photo of the stall, just ask for. Some artists don't like their stalls being taken photos of just because of art theft reasons. What else can I say? Make sure you got cash and card. Some stores will only accept cash. There are ATMs in the, specifically for this con, there are ATMs in the NEC and in the train station, though they do charge a fee. So if you don't want to be charged a fee, you might want to draw cash out beforehand like I do. In terms of the specific con and like the NEC itself, there is food in the con. I had food there last year. I didn't really like it. If you like Subway, great. There's a Subway in there. And then it was like a place that had like duck wraps. I tried one, I didn't like it. And then like this little restaurant-y type thing that had like fish. Like, it's not in the same halls as last year, so it might be different, but essentially inside the hall there's kind of a little food court area. It's expensive. Con food sometimes is. I will say at Manchester they just had individual food stall vendors, like selling like pizza and stuff, and it wasn't that expensive, and it was good pizza. But Birmingham, in the NEC, the first day I ordered like a wrap and I didn't like it, and then the second day I got fish and chips, and it was so fucking expensive, and I didn't even get the time to eat it all before we had to go to the next something that we had scheduled. So, but what I might do this year, and what I did last year, because I don't like, after I've been at the con all day, the last thing I want to do is go and eat in a hotel restaurant. So, in the train station, which the train station is connected to the NEC, by this, like, indoor bridge. So, we would just walk over into the train station where there is, like, a WH Smith's, a Subway, and, like, a cafe thing, like a Costa type. It's not Costa, but it's like a Costa, where it has, like, coffee, waters, and, like, sandwiches that you can have toasted. And I would just go over there, get, like, a massive bottle of water, like a toasted sandwich and some kind of like muffin or something, and then I'd bring that back to the hotel room, and that'd be my tea. Because the NEC is like weirdly kind of cut off from other places. It's not like if you went to a con in Manchester and it's just in the centre of Manchester, and if you want food you can walk wherever you want. The NEC is like its own little island, kind of cut off from everything else. So all you got is options, because obviously once the NEC is closed, once the con's over, you can't get food from there. So then your only food options are either walking over to the Resort World and getting in a restaurant there. I don't know how expensive it would be. Or like the cafe, Subway, or WH Smith that's in the train station. The hotel restaurants, or getting the free little air shuttle thing from the train station to the airport, where there is a Marks and Spencer's in the airport and a Costa Coffee. Which, to be honest, maybe I will be tempted to go and get the little free tram to the airport just to go in the Marks and Spencer's and buy a load of food for the weekend. We'll see. I mean, I feel like a lot of the con etiquette that I've experienced badly is stuff that you guys aren't stupid enough to do. Like, when I was tabling once at a con, some family came over and the kid had like a cupcake and just ate it over my table and just left crumbs everywhere. And I'm like, what the fuck? Don't do that. Don't be that kid. I have no idea what track this music is. It's called Showing Him the Door, and I'm like, I don't know. Pretty much the basics are just ask people for photos. Even if you're not going to be in them and you just want a photo of that one person, just ask them, they'll happily pose for you, and it's not cool to take it without asking. And, same for, like, any stalls, just ask the stall owner before you take a picture of their stall. Don't touch other people's cosplays. And then I feel like it's the obvious stuff, like, don't eat leaning over people's artwork. You know, I can't think of any other. There probably is like other con etiquette tips that people have. I mean, other than like have your cash on your card, because some stalls will only take cash, but some stalls will only take card. I was surprised how many artist alley tables now do take cash. It's probably like a post-COVID thing that a lot of them have got card readers. And the stall that I went to that would only take cash was actually a stall that was selling official merch, like plushies and video games, so I was quite surprised that they didn't take card. I was like, oh no, I was gonna buy this Pikmin plush for me, but the guy was like, didn't you come here didn't you buy some stuff from us yesterday? And I was like, yeah, I'd bought a Pikmin for a friend, and they had the Kirby hand puppet, which I've wanted for so many years, because it looks so stupid. And because I was like a couple pounds short. Showing him the door, panic mode. What is this check? It was like 15 and I only had 12. And I was like, shit. And I was like, I shouldn't go to an ATM because like this was my budget. I can't spend over it. So I was like, oh, never mind. And he was like, oh no, it's fine. You bought a load of stuff from us yesterday. You can have it for £3 less. I'm like, thank you. Contemplating Stanley. Oh. I think this is... I was gonna say maybe this is the story of a woman named Mariella. This is this one where Stanley, like, falls flat. This is definitely one of the endings where the narrator's just talking, but I can't pick which one it is. I can't think of anything else I would need to tell you, because you're a nice, smart individual. I don't think you're gonna do anything stupid to anyone. And I think just the most basic one is like, just because someone's cosplaying, it doesn't mean that they will want photos taken all the time. Just because someone's cosplaying is not an invitation for you to take photos of them without their consent. Don't do that. That's stinky behavior. And like, also like in terms of like asking for someone for photos, don't ask someone for photos while they're like sat down eating. They're taking a break. If someone sat eating their lunch with their friends, now's not a good time to be like, can I have a photo with you? Wait till they're done. I think the thing that always surprises me with Comic Con is oh, this song. I know where this is from. Oh, this is from when you sorry. When you go across the warehouse lift, and if you unplug the phone, the narrator's like, I didn't even think there was a what? And then he's like, you know what? Oh, I can't remember if it's when you unplug the phone or when you answer it. I think it's when you unplug the phone, and he's like, you know what? We're gonna watch an infomercial about how to make correct decisions, and it plays this little, like, old 1950s style little, like, how-to video. Like, how to talk to people, how to be funny, how to make correct choices. This is the audio from that. Oh, goodness. Sorry, I was thinking about the scene, and it got me. I completely lost my train of thought. I was just saying, like, don't take photos of cosplays when they're sat down eating. And then I got distracted. I don't remember at all what I was saying. It sounds like the yep. You know what? Where are we? This is what we need for this track. This is a very no thoughts track. It gives me Disney's Toontown MMORPG vibes as well. For anyone who was there, you guys know what I'm talking about. Oh, the fact that I don't remember the name of my tune. I remember the name of my siblings' tune. Because I think at the time when we were playing Toontown, we shared a PC. We had the family PC. Toontown does still live, it's called Toontown Rewritten. It's kept going by a bunch of fans. My mom still plays it all the time. This track's called Creep Tower. This track's called Creep Tower? What is this? When does this You know, I'm gonna see if anyone in the description has timestamped what parts of the game each track's from. But other people here have like, it's bizarre how good the soundtrack is. I never noticed such bangers like Control before when playing the game itself, right? Control seems like such a banger, I never... What is this Wild West cowboy? What is... Creep Tower? I mean, okay, so some of these are from like trailers and demos and stuff, but I think those are all at the end. Track 29 is called But Nobody Came, in parentheses. Not the one from Undertale. Yeah, the ones that are like teaser music or unused music, it says. So this is in the game. I don't know where the fuck it is in the game. Oh man. Thinking theme. Oh, it's when the narrator like is like, oh, hang on, I'm gonna have a little think, and then it plays that little in there, and then the elevator ending where it has that little bird toy that dips down into the water. Maybe. Oh, yeah, it is. This is also a good no-brain music. It's called the Thinking Theme, which is perfect for- oops, I turned the wrong thing off. Perfect for not thinking. How ironic that this is called the Thinking Theme. I'm gonna make this a little smaller. You can see Nadia's hand. Oh, I know that- okay, I've never heard this track before, so this is called Good Job, You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done. So, this is something that I didn't do in the game, because I don't know how to do it. But, oops. In the original game, maybe then also in the Ultra Deluxe, I thought it would have been patched out of the Ultra Deluxe, but maybe it's kept in. So in the original game, you could accidentally glitch your way to be underneath the mind control facility. Well, kind of like at the, like, there's kind of a pit in the middle of the mind control facility. You could kind of glitch your way down there. You weren't meant to be able to. And when the game devs found out that you could, they were like, oh damn. And instead of like being like, quickly, patch the game, fix it, they just like made it like part of the game. And then if you glitch your way down there, the narrator has unique dialogue now. If you go down there, and I guess also a unique song. I didn't know it had a unique song. Rather than like patching out the glitch, they left it in and added in unique music and narrator dialogue. I'm sorry. I needed a second to deal with the kind of fake parody Smith's The Cure. That was very Cure vibes. As soon as I heard that singing, I was like, Jesus, that sounds like the Cure lead singer. A little bit Bowie, a little bit The Cure. Oh, this is my new favourite song! It's got lyrics and everything! Who knew Stanley Parable was my favourite 80s alt rock band? Oh, the Stanley Parable is just the gift that keeps on giving. Oh my god. What a bob. Oh, now we're anticipating Stanley. Okay. My goodness. I think this is just an alternate starting the game music. that sometimes plays. Oh my god. I love this game. Has Cry made the announcement? I saw Cry saying that they were gonna make an announcement, but they hadn't made it before I started streaming. So I will go look at Twitter now. If Twitter refreshes. Come on, Twitter. You tweet notifications from Quiz and Quai. I have tweet notifications on for a few people. Oh my god, Twitter's loading a little bit. I should have got this open on my phone. Cry posted their new ref sheet! I must confess some secrets. While I have not seen this exact ref sheet before, I haven't seen this exact piece of art, I did have early access to the full design, the original like ref sheet design that Debbie had done, and some in-progress shots that Tuna had been working on. Only because, well, one, Cry wanted to share some stuff with me, and two, they wanted to commission art from me, and I couldn't very well draw it without a sneaky peek at the new model. So don't feel left out. It was like, Cry's like, I need you to draw me, so in order to do that, I gotta see what they look like, you know? Whoa. Let me get the tweet up, so I can show. Oh, Cry's got a new art tag, I think? Is that a new art tag? It's Cryink now instead of than Cryink art, I think was what it was before. I have to remember that. And we're listening to the Memory Zone music while we're looking at Cry's beautiful form. How perfectly beautiful. Didn't tell me they're having a fucking sword! Sorry, the U in fucking came out very like full Yorkshire. Oh no, Twitter's crashed. I just want to see my friend. I just want to see what my— No, Twitter, let me look at my bestie. Jesus Christ. But yeah, neither did I. I don't know, Cry commissioned a new ref sheet. Oh my god, every time I click on it, just open the picture bigger, please, Twitter. The sword looks cool, I want to see it properly. What's it? Cry's beauty is too powerful for Twitter. It can't handle blowing it up any bigger because it knows that we would instantly— Oh, don't go back. Don't go back. Don't go back to my timeline. Don't do that. There could be anything on there. I follow a lot of artists. I also don't know why it even went back anyway. I didn't click on the back button. There we go. Oh, I didn't see the colour at the bottom of the boots before. It's cute. So the art design is by— the design of the character is by Debbie. So the design is by Debbie. This art is by I can't say this name. There we go, now it's full size. Jesus, taking its sweet time. So the design is by Debbie. This specific piece of art is by Yukutoidi? Let me pause because I'll lose my goddamn. And the new logo is by Lizalici. And once again, as far as I'm aware, Cry is getting the model. The actual model itself is going to be drawn by Tuna again, who drew Cry's previous model, and not sure if Cry's going to get Aether to rig again. I would assume so, but I don't know for sure. Look at the sword. So pretty. Look at the short hair. I get the hair's probably just short in that picture to show off the back, but I'm like, no, the short haircut's cute though. Earrings have got all fancied up. So much more detailed now. Little beauty mark. Wait, the little beauty marks? I'm gonna have words with Cry. 'Cause I'm very happy they included the little beauty marks, 'cause I don't know if I can say. I'm not gonna say, but I will talk to Cry and compliment them, because people can be insecure about certain features that they have, and beauty marks and freckles are something that some people get made fun of. And I would like words with them when they're online. Wow. I'm I'm like, Cry! Oh my god, is that me? You know what? I'm gonna unpause the music, because you know what? We need beautiful music to accompany such beauty that we're looking at. We're currently listening to the Stanley Parable soundtrack, and you know what? At the moment, it's on the Memory Zone song that plays when you get to the back of the Memory Zone, and there's the little church, and it's playing like a fucking, like, custom composed French Le Stanley Parable. It's so perfect. We've been busted. I thought at first when I was playing the game that this song was just like maybe a public domain French song, and then she said the word Stanley Parable, and I was like, oh my god. I wasn't about to say, yeah, this is really pretty, but I'm really surprised how gay I am for Cry with the short hair. And then, but I was like, oh, Cry's here. It's a good job I didn't say that out loud. Anyway, Cry. We're very, very proud of you. Look at you go. Look how pretty Cry is. This fucking cool sword, are you kidding? We're very, very proud of you for posting it. I know that you've been keeping the design a secret for a long time, and you're excited and probably very nervous as well to share it, but I promise you, everyone's gonna love it. Hi, Clara! You don't got anything to be nervous about, Cry. I was like, I want to compliment Cry on something in this when I see them, but I didn't want to, like, specifically say why in front of everyone. But I will say to Cry, and Cry will know why, which is I noticed the beauty marks, and I just want to say, freaking Cry, be proud of them. You should be proud of them. I'm not gonna say, because I don't want to tell people about anything about the behind-the-scenes Cry appearance. Can I say? Is it cool to say that the real Cry has some little beauty marks and freckles? Those of us who've been blessed enough to see the real Cry's little face. And it's really sweet that you included them, because I don't think, like, there's something that you should ever be, like, nervous about having. Yes! Fuck yes, Cry! Owning your own insecurity. I mean, Cry, mate, we all watched Arcane. We all looked at Victor and went, damn, this boy. and those cheekbones and those beauty marks, and you saw everyone go wild for Victor's little beauty marks. So if anything, everyone should be jealous that you get to matchy-matchy with Victor by having a beauty mark like near your eye and one near your mouth. If Victor's pretty with them, then you can't say that you're not. They're called beauty marks for a reason. Damn right, Clara. I'm just like, it's for little beauty marks. I didn't know about the sword. I didn't notice like the little pink on the bottom of the shoes and at the tip of the edging on the glove. The extra fancy earrings. So pretty! Ah! I'm super proud of you, Cry. Look how far you've come! Think about little Cry 1.0, and I'm not talking about 2D Life Cry, and I'm not talking about 3D Cry, I'm talking about before 3D Cry. I don't know if it was like a Void model that you were using. Because there is a before 3D Cry that I've seen. And then look at this! I'm not gonna gush too much because Cry's gonna get too like embarrassed, but I'm just like, think about your V-Word model and then look at this, Cry, look how far you've come, that's amazing! From your little V-Word to your custom 3D to your custom 2D, and then there's this. I'm really proud of you for like exploring yourself and finding yourself. That's all. I want to stop embarrassing you now. We'd be listening to the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe soundtrack while I draw some stickers of characters from the Arcana, aka everyone's favorite bisexual panic game. Because, I mean, Julian, Nadia, Azra, canonical non-binary, they, them pronoun user, Azra. Portia, oh, not you, you're not one of the data, and Lucio and Muriel. I mean, Lucio's really stinky, you don't bother over here, but... Apart from being so comfortable with my own femininity and learning it doesn't invalidate my non-binaries, it does not! That applies to, like, every non-binary and every, like, trans man as well, trans masc, like... Being feminine... Because there's plenty of cis guys who are feminine. Like, I think we've all seen, like, some kind of, like, very feminine... there are, like, cis... Like, femboys, roboys, whatever word they use these days, I don't know. Like, it is expressing yourself masculine or feminine wise is not, like... Gender expression is not the same as gender identity, that's what I want to say. And also the things that we associate with being feminine anyway may, like, have changed over time and may and will continue to change over time. But I get you, because, like, you know, as a trans guy who has long hair, and I mean, I'm not big on wearing, like, skirts and dresses, like, I do kind of wear trousers, and I like wearing suits, that's my go-to. But even then, I also like wearing makeup and jewelry and keeping my hair long and being, you know... I'm not on testosterone, but if I was, I would shave non-stop. That's the main reason I'm not on T. The main reason I'm on T is, like, skin-related issues, because I do have a lot of skin issues anyway. But, like, if I did have facial hair, I would shave it and be clean-shaven anyway. And I know that I'm comfortable in that, and I know that it doesn't make me less of a dude. But I also know the feeling of worrying that it does, or being made to feel that it does. So, let me switch to Baby Dragon. I am super proud of you, Cry. Oh god, oh my goodness. See, okay, there's the thing. So I'm cosplaying Julian in a couple weeks, but for Manchester MegaCon, because I'll be going there as well. I'd really like to do another cosplay. Either do Julian one day and a different guy the other day, or do a new character both days. And the two cosplays that have always been like, I really want to do, is Loki. Specifically, Thor the Dark World costume is my favourite costume that he's worn in any movie. Or Alucard, but not the cartoon show version. I'm talking the Symphony of the Night video game design. Because I can't make things easy for myself, right? And do the cartoon show version. Because, you know, it's a lot simpler, which is boring. It's understandable that it's simpler. It's animation. There is no way I was ever expecting them to draw all of Alucard's detailed Symphony of the Night costume for the animation. That would have been insane. I fully expected them to simplify it. It makes things easier. But am I gonna make things easy for me? No. If I cosplay Alucard, I want to do this costume. Because this is what really allowed me, like, Ayami Kojima's illustrations for the Castlevania video games had such an impact on me discovering my identity and how I wanted to express myself, and helping me solidify that, like, oh yeah, I am a dude. I'm just a dude who wants to look like that. Which is gonna be a lot more work for myself. Because, let's get up, like, let's compare what he wears in this show. Oh, here we go! Someone's made fan art that helps illustrate my point. This is by Picasso on DeviantArt. So we have, the first two images here are the actual costume he wears in the show. So this second here, with just the white shirt and the coat, would be easier to make. Why would I do that? When instead I could force myself to make, like, a waistcoat with, like, a detailed belt and these weird detailed silver buckles, a higher collared shirt with a cravat, and then the whole ass cape situation. This one at the end is what he goes in oh god, what game is it? Dawn of Sorrow? There's a character called Genya Akiraido, who is this human. Apart from surprise, it's actually Alucard just in disguise, which is what that last one is. I think Alucard would be a lot more work. I wonder if this is called The End Is Never, The End Is Never. I wonder if this is the epilogue music. All this is from, like, the Stanley Parable 2 section of the game. I hope the music from that pink room, you know when you collect all the Stanley figures, and he takes you through the memories of each room you've been through, and there's that pink room that has, like, the apple, and you're like, where the fuck is this from? I don't remember what the music sounds like, but I remember being like, whoa, it's pretty in here. I hope that's on the soundtrack. But yeah, I don't know which one I'll end up doing for Manchester. Loki would take less work, because what I would do with Loki, the way that I do cosplays is whatever is the cheapest and most affordable to me, to be honest. I would love to make the whole thing, but fabric is not cheap here. So the easiest way to do Loki would be to buy the costume and then just add to it, because if I were to buy the costume, like, instead of, like, all those different pieces of leather that are sewed on top of each other, it's probably just going to be one piece with, like, printed on patterns to look like, you know, to make it look like all the different pieces, but, oh, thank you for the alert, Ninja. I know that if I bought it, the armor pieces would come and they'd probably just be, like, fabric, gold fabric with Velcro on, whereas what I would probably do is buy the costume, not use the armor pieces that I bought from, like, AliExpress or eBay or something, and then just make my own new armor pieces. The Loki helm I have? Prince Rayleigh has a little... Oh, I do already have a Loki helm. The Loki helm that I have is the one that Loki wears in the comics, like Agent of Asgard, Young Avengers comics, but before the horn gets broken off. For those of you who've seen the Loki series, you might be like, but the broken off thing is Sylvie's thing. No, it's not. I hate that they gave the one horn broken off design to Sylvie, because in the comics, the one horn broken off has, like, it's such significant meaning. So spoilers for the comics. Loki goes through a lot of stuff, but basically gets bucket music. Okay, I need to pause that. I'll be so distracted. Killed and then reincarnated. But it's almost like the new Loki that's getting reincarnated. I don't know how they have it that he's got like his own new soul. It's very confusing. Anyway, so that's Kid Loki. Kid Loki grows up, he joins the Young Avengers. He's just a little guy. Old Loki, who is all mad about the fact that like Thor's got this new Loki now, kills Kid Loki and takes his body for his own. Ages up into what people either call like young adult Loki or just like Agent of Asgard Loki, which is the Loki who has like the little helm that sits on the front of his face. He's got short black hair, he has like a long green coat with white fur around the collar. And over the course of the comics, truly actually becomes a better person, genuinely wants to atone, genuinely isn't evil anymore. And becomes good enough and wants to be good enough that he's like, I gotta tell Thor that I killed Kid Loki and that I'm the old Loki. And he does. And Thor is not okay. Because Thor, like, imagine being to, like, you know, oh, okay, my brother, I really tried, but he just kept being a little shit. I mean, I'm worse than that. And in the end, I can't remember who killed him. But it's alright, he's got reincarnated. He's gonna be okay. Like, I've got this new... And Thor and Kid Loki, like, had such a sweet relationship. Kid Loki absolutely adored Thor, and Thor adored him. And then imagine finding out that he's been killed. Like, you just learned that this Loki that you've carried on having this great relationship with isn't actually your new little Loki, but is the old one who's gone and killed Kid Loki. And the thing is, Loki feels genuinely remorseful about killing himself, and it, like, makes him go almost insane. Like, what he's done. So Thor, like, responds by full-on, like, beating Loki the fuck up, which is what causes his little helm crown to fall off, and one of the horns shatters as it falls, as Thor, like, punches it off him. And then takes Loki back to Asgard just to kind of humiliate him, and is like, I don't want anything to do with you, and Loki's, like, begging for Thor not to leave him, you know, begging for his brother, that he loves him, that he's sorry. And it's really interesting, because then Sif turns around and is like, look, I know Loki real well, because those of you who don't know, the first ever instance of Lady Loki, quote-unquote, I hate that name, because it implies that when Loki doesn't have boobs, therefore he is not a lady, and it's like, that's not how being trans works. That's very trans-made of you. But the original Lady Loki, you can't see the air quotes I'm doing, Loki possessed Sif's body. Like, stole Sif's body and chucked Sif's soul in the body of this, like, dying elderly lady. It was real fucked up. Like, old Loki did some fucked up shit. So Sif ends up knowing Loki, like, real well. Like, she ends up, like, kind of inside his head, he ends up inside hers. And when this Loki, old Loki, comes back to Asgard, like, returned, Sif, like, takes one look at him and sees him and is like, I fucking know this man more than, like, any of you. Like, I've seen inside his head and stuff, and I know when he's lying, and I know when he's a piece of shit, and this isn't him. Like, this Loki in front of us, he's not the same as he was. Like, he's genuinely changed. He's genuinely, like, okay now. It takes a long time, but, like, so that's, like, and things do get better, and then Loki and Thor are friends again, and everything's fine, but, like, the horn breaking moment is very significant, so just to use it for, like, an aesthetic choice with Sylvie, I'm like, it's not a cool Easter egg. Don't do that unless you're actually gonna do, like, an Agent of Asgard plotline. You stupid. Anyway. But that's, like, the helm I have. So I would probably just wear that with a Dark World cosplay, even though in Thor the Dark World he never wears any kind of helmet. And obviously in the movies he's only ever worn, like, either the full massive helmet, like he has in the first Thor film in Avengers 1, or the one he has in Ragnarok, which kind of wraps around the back of his head, whereas this one, which is more accurate to the comics, or the closest that this appears in the MCU is on President Loki in the Loki series, is a very similar style to this, where it seemingly is just attached to the face by magic. There's no band going around the back of the head. How is it on there? The one I have has a massive black elastic band, and the way that I wear it is I shove the elastic band underneath my hair, which sometimes just makes it want to slip down. But I want it to be invisible, so I already, like, have a helm, and I could just buy a Loki cosplay and then just improve some pieces of it. Whereas with Alucard, I've never seen anyone sell anything that looks similar to the Symphony of the Night cosplay. I might be able to get away with buying a coat from the Castlevania TV show. I'd have to just do a lot of sewing, and I have no idea how the fuck I would do, like, the buckles on. Like, that would be, like, a big project. That might be something that I do for, like, next year. Probably doing Loki in the summer would make more sense. Well, to be honest, doing Loki now would have made more sense when it's colder, because there's a lot of layers of black and leather. I originally did want to cosplay Thanatos from Hades for the summer con, but the problem with that is, one, it's whether or not I can wear binders. I still haven't figured out if it's safe for me to wear a binder to Comic-Con yet in a couple of weeks. For those that don't know, I've been dealing with a lot of chronic pain in my back and my hip for like 6-7 months now. My back seems to have been doing better lately, but I haven't tried to wear a binder in about 6 months because back when I was trying 6 months ago, it just hurt instantly the moment I put it on, so I don't know if I can wear one, and I have major chest dysphoria. Now, luckily with the Julian cosplay, the jacket is baggy enough that it won't be obvious if I'm not wearing a binder. I'll feel sick inside all day about being there without wearing one, but it won't be obvious to everyone else. But with Thanatos, I can't have a titty out. Because every Hades guy has got one or both titties out. It's not fair. But I was gonna just wear my binder underneath, and then it wouldn't matter. I don't mind having my binder exposed. But one, I don't know if I'll be able to wear it, so which would mean no Thanatos cosplay. And two, I want to make the scythe. I love making props, but the scythe is massive. Like, and those of you who know, last year I made Jinx's Fishbones, which is the name of that massive shark gun that she has. And I couldn't bring it with me because there's a size limit to the luggage that you can bring on trains in the UK, and I can't drive, and I don't have anyone who goes to cons with me who does drive and lives near me. So I couldn't bring it because I couldn't fit it on a train, and if I were to make Thanatos' scythe, I would have the same issue if I wouldn't be able to bring it on a train. And I've even thought, oh, what if I made it in like 2 or 3 pieces, and then I just connected them at the con, and even then I'm like, I'd have to stuff them in like a massive bin liner and just have this big bulging like Santa sack of a bin liner with cosplay parts in. Carry that around with me, plus a suitcase, plus my satchel bag. That sounds like a horrible time on the train. Like last year, I took my Victor prop in a big like canvas bag, because I made the like arm thing that goes on his shoulder. And that was such a pain to cart around. Such a pain that I'm like, I don't want to do that again. If I ever get the chance to go to a con in a car with someone, then maybe Thanatos or someone with like a massive prop could be an option, but. And I know I could cosplay Than without the scythe, but I don't want. Have you considered that it'll look weird? Because he always has the scythe with him. Unless instead I make Mort. Can you imagine? If like, oh, other people cosplay him with his weapon? Nah, I made his tiny stuffy. And just bring that around with me. I had to pause the music, because I was like, what the fuck is this? I don't remember this from the game. Can say that I can't really get Jinx's arcane use the line and see what Pablo thinks has different implications. Well, this plays in the background in the bucket room. I never noticed it. It very well could have been there and I just didn't hear it. Oh no, it's the Is This a Bucket? It's the quiz show. Oh, I remember now. It's the Is This a Bucket quiz show. That's right. I didn't realize it was like a whole... It would be on the soundtrack. Oh, damn. I'm realizing that I forgot to put a timer on for when I needed to take my next antibiotic after having food, but that's fine. It's about now that I should take it. I definitely didn't put the timer on today because I was on stream. Didn't. It's fine. I'll take it now. It's meant to be taken 2 hours after food and 1 hour before food. It's been probably like 1 hour 40, 1 hour 50 since I ate. That's close enough. I would wait 2 hours apart from the fact that dinner's going to be ready in about 40 minutes. So if I wait any longer, then I'm going to screw myself up for the next meal and I don't get to choose when I have my next meal because my dad's cooking. So that's the thing. Like, I need to have this 2 hours after my last meal, but 1 hour before my next one. And I ate a little late. So it's gonna be more, so I don't have 3 hours between meals to do this. It's gonna be more like 2.5. That's fine. The thing with you, it's not like you'll get sick or there's some side effects if you have them. Like the other day I accidentally had one after an hour instead of 2 because I forgot what my timer was for. Oops. There's no bad thing that'll happen if you don't wait that amount of time. Sorry, my dad texted me. They just won't work as well on a full stomach than on an empty stomach, so let me take this. Ugh. My dad just texted me asking if I'm having dinner with them. Yeah, I'm having fish and chips. I'm already about 6:45. Okay, so I'll have about 40 minutes instead of 60 between this and when I eat, but it's fine. This is all because I got out of bed 1 hour later than I should have. I have to be on a very strict schedule to be able to take these meds properly. And I keep every single day slightly messing up. Like today I accidentally fell back asleep for an hour. Yesterday I got up, I was doing well, but then I accidentally, on one of my alarms, I thought it was my alarm to take a pill and it was actually my alarm to eat. Shit. So I did the wrong thing. And then the day before that, I don't remember if it's that I got up late or it's like lunch ended up being really late and I got really distracted and it made me I had to stay up until like 4 in the morning to take my last antibiotic of the day. I don't want to ever do that again. Ugh. Stanley's new apartment? Is this the ending with his wife? Or is this the one where the bucket like tries to seduce you? Shit, sorry. God, thank you for the information. Maybe this is the book. I think this is maybe the book ending, which I lost my goddamn shit going into the new content blind. I think the most what the fuck moment was with the bucket, the apartment ending with the bucket, where the bucket is trying to convince you that like, you only need me. You don't need the narrator or anyone else. Press A to take me home, Stanley, and then press A to like take me back to work. And that in like a loop while the narrator's like, I can't believe you. You'd choose that bucket over me. I mean, just because the bucket's like really cute. like he's just like, oh god, am I having feelings for the bucket? All the while you walk home and there's candles everywhere, and then you open the bedroom door and the bucket's like on your bed and there's candles. is like, there was moments in the new content where I was like, whoa, this is so cool, and moments like where I was like, oh, this is so sweet. But that was the most, what the fuck is happening moment, well, no. That and the tape recorder. The tape recorder when you have the bucket with you, and it's like the guy like talking about how he got the bucket, and then like some kind of entity seems to have come for it and started screaming. Which I know, again, my thing with the Stanley Parable is I think they just wrote that in there without any thought as to, oh, that sounds bad, not without any thought, but I think stuff like that, like the implication that like maybe the bucket's like something magical, is there for you to theorize about, but I don't think the writers have a concrete answer. I think a lot of the Stanley Parable is left up to interpretation on purpose, because I don't think the writers have ever said, here's exactly strictly what the narrator is and what kind of creature he is, and here's what the bucket is, and here's what the other employees are, and the settings guy. I think they probably have some ideas, but I don't... The feeling I get is that they've never definitively decided, and it's more like, oh, we didn't think... Because you gotta think, it started out as like this little Half-Life 2 mod, so I think maybe even in the beginning they never thought of what kind of creature is the narrator. They just had a narrator be there and thought, wouldn't it be funny if the character could interact with the narrator? And now it's got blown up to this. But I get the feeling that there is no one true canonical thing of what the narrator is, and it's more like, you're free to headcanon what you like. Gather at me with the facts. I love Chris's new little emote, little writing emote. What was I thinking when I did the arm? I got so distracted there. Oh no, you know what? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It is very cute. I might need to move you. Put you like up here. Oh, it's getting spooky now. Oh, it's over. Showing him the bucket. Like when the bucket descends from the sky? This is a little spooky. Oh damn. What is this? What in the Inception? Is this like when the narrator like wants, when you have the intervention, the narrator wants you to destroy the bucket? Cheesecake, hello. We're listening to the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe soundtrack. What is this? This is fucking spooky. I was like, maybe this is the intervention when he wants you to destroy the bucket, but I don't remember the music being this cool, but... Maybe I was preoccupied by being like, no! No, I can't destroy the bucket, don't make me! Actually, I think I was like, okay, because it was like the second bucket I'd gotten after I'd put my first bucket in the escape pod. So I didn't really mind, because I was like, I don't care about this bucket as much as the first one. And then the fact that we got the original bucket back when I did the epilogue, because I'd put him in the escape pod, and the escape pod came and crash landed. And then I brought him into the room where the other bucket was, and the narrator exploded. Yeah, Ali said you still that the two of you was playing it. Makes me really happy. It's my favorite game. So many of these tracks I'm like, oh yes, I recognize exactly where these are from. And some of them I'm like, oh my god, I know where this is from, but I never noticed it was this good because I was too busy listening to the narrator talk over it or freaking out about what was happening to pay attention to the music. So it's been really nice realizing there's some absolute bangers, and also tracks that I hadn't heard, like the good job, you made it underneath the mind control facility, which is there's a glitch in the game, and I've never been able to do it. Well, I've never tried, because I'm scared. There was a glitch in the original game where you could get underneath the mind control facility, and instead of patching it, they added special narrator dialogue and then a unique song to that area. I didn't know there was a song until today. Okay, so that last one wasn't the Bucket Destroyer, because this one's called the Bucket Destroyer theme. Oh yeah, this is like when the Bucket Destroyer, like, when it, like, explodes and it's floating in, like, that white void. Oh, and he worked real hard on making it. Oh my god. Let's go this game. I'm just too busy. I'm glad I'm listening. I'm glad I randomly thought the Deltarune lo-fi is understimulating me. I really want to listen to something different, and I just had the thought of, I wonder if the Stanley Parable soundtrack's on Spotify, which it isn't. Well, the original game is, but the Ultra Deluxe isn't. But the Ultra Deluxe is free on YouTube, on the official Crows game developer YouTube account, and you can buy it off Bandcamp. Which I might do after stream. What the f- Just need a second to take in the title of Gambohorta, Treasurer of the Profaned Vault. Okay, just needed my guess from the few seconds we've heard in the title that maybe this is... One, it makes me think of the creepy shit that happens with the cassette in the Bucket ending, or this is like when you're in the skip button room, this is at the very end, when you finally make it outside, maybe. Could be something completely different. I don't know when this is from. Instinctively, it's giving me Prince of Egypt vibes. Which also, so the different, like, styles of music in this game is so varied. The composers are really talented. Or maybe it's in the epilogue when you go into, like, the cave. What the fuck is happening? Mate, okay, I don't think it's the skip button ending. Maybe it's when you go in the cave in the epilogue. But when does this play? I wish someone in the YouTube comments had put when each of the songs play, like in the game. I can see the titles of them, but that doesn't help me out too much. It's just so pretty. What the fuck? Maybe. Oh, it looks like epilogue is... Oh no, epilogue's not right after this. It's a while till the epilogue one. Okay, so all the couple tracks that I thought maybe... Oh, Undertale Boss. Okay. The couple tracks that I thought were epilogue tracks, I guess weren't. So when is this one? I have no idea. Oh, I'm gonna enjoy listening to this off stream. I mean, I'm enjoying listening to it now, but I mean to continue listening to this over and over again. Oh, I wish it was on Spotify. Hot damn, Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. And Tom Schley. Schley? S-C-H-L-E-Y. So it's called Home Sweet Home. I'm assuming these are bucket endings now. Oh no, this I think is the bucket ending where the bucket's like, why don't you go home and then go to work and then go home and then go to work? Maybe. Just because it's called Home Sweet Home? Maybe not? I'm really just guessing. It sounds like maybe it could be the start of it before like the sexy the sexy bucket times ensue. I don't remember any vocals in the background though. What is happening? Okay, so maybe not. What the fuck? Okay, afterwards I'm gonna have to look up where each of these tracks take place. I could just do that now. I could have been doing this the whole- well, I don't know if anyone will have Parable Home Sweet Home. I don't know if anyone will have written maybe on the Stanley Wiki. There is a Stanley Parable Wiki, maybe? They might have written when each track takes place? No, I googled Stanley Parable Home Sweet Home and nothing comes up. Just a horror game called Home Sweet Home. I'm like, no, that's not what I want. Oh, Stanley Parable OST on the wiki page. Have they said when each track plays? Because I'm real curious. Okay, yes. Oh, thank you, StanleyParable.fandom.com. They have listed the track, the composer, and then notes, which says where the track plays. And it includes the Half-Life 2 mod tracks, because I'm gonna say, I saw the words Thomas Newman, I'm like, Thomas Newman worked on this? I'm like, oh no, sorry, the Half-Life 2 mod used pre-existing music. So like, by Thomas Newman, by Nine Inch Nails and Radiohead. That's right. And they've got the demo. Got the 2013 remake, okay. Oh no, wait, 2013 remake, is this the Ultra Deluxe? Yes, okay. Ultra Deluxe. What was that last one called? It was called Home Sweet Home. Oh, that's why I didn't recognize it. I haven't got that ending. So, the bottom of the mind control facility ending, which we were just talking about, where, like, there's a glitch that lets you get underneath, like, to the bottom of the mind control facility. If you're without the bucket, then it plays the, good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. And if you have the bucket, then it plays Home Sweet Home. That's what that's from. I'm gonna draw my curtains and turn my lights on, because it is dark in here now. Okay. Obviously we know what this next one is, because it's called the Silly Birds Observation Facility. You know what? I forgot Silly Birds was a pretty much what the fuck moment too. Birds. Silly Oh, okay, so the one before that was like really fucking cool. The Gabamore Horror or whatever plays in the out of map ending with the bucket. Have I ever got the out of map ending? Is that like another glitch? It sounds like a glitch. Yeah, Stanley's new apartment, I guessed correctly. Showing him the buckets from the Mariella ending with the bucket. I see. I don't know what the out of map ending is. Oh, the composers also released them individually, maybe? Oh, I see. Okay, so there's actually, instead of just one soundtrack for the original Stanley Parable game, there's 3, released by each 3 of the composers, so bits of music from the Stanley Parable by the Blake Robinson Synthetic Orchestra, the Stanley Parable official soundtrack by Yanis Ionides, and then Volume 427 by Christian Backer. All 3 of those are on Spotify, but the extra music for the Ultra Deluxe is not on Spotify. We know where Silly Birds happens. Silly Birds. It's iconic. What did I tell you? I love the name of this. This track's called But Nobody Came, parentheses, not the one from Undertale. Because for those who feel like, but Nobody Came, and also it is a track from Undertale and also something that is said in Undertale that you called for help but nobody came. This one plays, so there's the elevator ending. If you're without the bucket, you get a press conference talking about how cool you are and there's loads of people there, and it says like, and Stanley was happy, which is very interesting that that played. I think that's the other one where it plays and Stanley was happy, which is very interesting. Or if you're with the bucket, there's no one in the audience. Without the bucket, the audience is packed for a conference about you. Without the bucket, it's you talking about button pushing, and then there's no one there. It's called Stanley's Sacrifice. Maybe when you put, is it when you put the bucket in the escape pod? Yep, yeah, it is. It made me so emotional. I thought the escape pod ending, I didn't think there was going to be any difference with the bucket. And then the camera like locked on, and then Stanley's hands come forward and the bucket gets put in the escape pod, and I'm like, wait. And then he like caresses the bucket's cheek with the backs of his fingers, and I'm like, what is happening? Oh. Farewell Bucket 1.0, I'm so glad you came back to me in the epilogue only to then be destroyed because I brought you back into the bucket room because I wanted to know what happened if there were two buckets in one room, and it turns out the narrator will explode the both of them because two buckets in one room is too powerful. I would have rather have been killed by the power of the two buckets than had my bucket killed. I just realized I made a mistake with the antibiotic shit. Hopefully it's fine. There's no bad side effects if you take it on a full tummy. The only difference is it might not work if you take it on a full tummy because it works better when your tummy's empty. Shit. Because I was working off the assumption, yeah, I ate my food, remember? I ate my food and then we were drawing, forgetting that I put my carrot sticks in a little bag and I've been slowly munching on them. Like, taking a tiny bite of one every, like, 10 minutes. So it hasn't been 2 hours since I last ate. It's been 2 hours since I had the main chunk of my meal. But then I have continued to have a little nibble on the cat. Because you guys just, no, it's not your fault. But I got distracted by the fact I was streaming and forgot that I am living in my antibiotic schedule timeline until Sunday. It's my fault. I got myself too distracted. It'll be fine. I'll be fine. It means I didn't take it on an empty tummy, which doesn't mean anything bad will happen. It just means that one won't have as much of effect as the other ones. It'll be fine. I mean, I'll be a little worried about it, but shit, I forgot. Once I put my tray of food over there, that was my signal to stop eating, not to keep snacking on my carrot sticks. Also, I've been sipping Coca-Cola every now and then, which also has calories in it, so whoopsie. Every day I've made some kind of whoopsie with the schedule, even though I wrote it down. I have to have a pill at 9, and then I can eat at 10, have breakfast at 10, have another pill at 11, I can have breakfast at 1, another pill at 3, and then I can eat at any point then. Like, let's say I have dinner at, like, 6, and I can have the pill at 8, and then I can have a snack any time after 9 if I ever want another, like, a supper or anything. And have I stuck to that? No. But though, to be fair, this schedule implies that eating will take me 1 minute. The schedule kind of implies that eating will only take, like, a minute of time, or less than a minute of time. When in fact it's like, each meal could take, like, half an hour. And I didn't factor that in to this schedule. I haven't had a perfect one of this yet. Actually, day 1 wasn't that bad, was it? Monday. Yeah, maybe I had a good... I think the first day I stuck to this, and then every day after I've made some kind of mistake. Shit. This is the infinite hole. But it wasn't infinite, was it? It was a lie. I didn't try jumping into the infinite hole with the bucket. Does something different happen if you do it with the bucket? Curious. Who started the... Oh, sorry, I just reread a message in chat that I'd already read, as if like, I never saw that. I'm like, oh wait, yeah I did. What am I talking about? Do you think so? If you fall into the infinite hole with the bucket? Infinite buckets, whoa. Oh, Lily. I don't know if they're lurking. Compared the snowman I made today with the snowman from Undertale. I'm honored. God, I don't think Gala saw my snowman. His name is Jeff Wode. Why? Well, you see, there's this little film called With Nil and I. And in it, they have a rant about this fictional, like, sportsman who's called Jeff Wode, and that he has a tiny head. And my snowman kind of has a tiny head, and so as, like, a little in-joke with my dad, I've named him Jeff Wode. I'll show you. We got back from a walk, and my dad wanted to build a snowman, but he's got a big bad back, and I honestly just kind of wanted to go in the house, but I could tell that my dad, like, was excited, and my dad's been having like a tough mental health time recently, so damn, I don't remember the infinite hole being this sick. Anyway, so I made one for him, but I also don't have a good back either, because my dad's got a bad back, so he couldn't do it himself, so I did it. But I'm like, I also have problems with my back, and I think my back is okay. We'll see if it's okay tomorrow. My leg definitely isn't. The leg that I have like chronic pain off and on in. Definitely not okay with me. I made sure not to bend for my back. I just crouched and then rolled while I was like crouched, but my legs obviously didn't like getting up and kneeling down and getting up and kneeling down that many times. Pixie, hello. I'm glad. You know what? When I originally put his face on, I thought, is he creepy? That was my fear. I thought the zoomed in photo of his face was funny. I just picked rocks up off the ground. And I was like, is he creepy? But you know what? Lily's compared him to the snowman from Undertale. And now I'm like, yeah. He is just a little guy. The problem is the more you guys go, oh, I love him, he's cute, he reminds me of the Undertale snowman, the more I'm gonna cry when he melts. Stop making me more attached to him. Shit. What the fuck is this track? It's called Falling Funk, and it's a bop. What is this? What am I listening to? Sorry, need a moment. Did they just use the gym button sound? Hi Pixie, we're listening to the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe soundtrack. What was that last track called? It was the Infinite Hole, which surely must be the Infinite Hole. Okay, so both the Infinite Hole, the last track, and this track, Falling Funk, it says that they both play in the Infinite Hole ending. Which is interesting. It doesn't say one of them plays with the bucket and one of them doesn't. Maybe it should. Maybe this is what happens if you jump in the hole with the bucket, which, you know what, isn't infinite buckets, but I'll take this because this is pretty powerful too. Or maybe it's randomized between the different music if you do the ending over and over. I might have to launch the game back up so I get this music. Maybe each time you go in the infinite hole, he's actually, because it's not actually infinite, you end up hitting the bottom and he's like, okay, fine, it's mostly infinite. Maybe each time you go, he's managed to build a bit more of the hole to make it a bit more infinite. I'm gonna have to open up the Stanley Parable in order to do the infinite hole ending again. I want to know what the narrator says when you get this music. Are you kidding? This is too good. Don't cry. This has no right to go this hard. Hell yeah! I know exactly what this means. Not just because it's called the Figurine Finders Committee, but I would have recognized it with my eyes closed. After you collect the first Stanley figure and you go back into the conference room, meeting room, and it's all decked out and the light comes on and they're trying to figure out where all the figurines are. Hell yeah. I love that little music cue. Because I didn't notice from a distance at first, I just thought, yeah, meeting room like usual, and then the music cue happened and I was like, wait, what? Wait, the lighting's different. Wait, everything's different. Oops, that's not the bush. I make it look symmetrical. It shouldn't be that low down though. No, it shouldn't. It's a bit late for that. It's fine. Okay, I was leaving ahead till the end so that I knew how much I needed to draw. The end was never the end. Aw, that's different instead of the end is never. Which again you can I always read as the end is never, or you could read it as the end is I never read it as the end is never the end. I always read it as the end is never, full stop, the end is never, stop, the end is never, but the end is never the end is actually like Aww. Because that's true, you could play the Stanley Parable forever, the game would never actually end. So yeah, I thought so. This is the figurines ending. And the narrator's like, why does it have to end? Why can't we look back at the time we spent collecting all of them? Aww. Okay, let's get Nadia's hair drawn. It doesn't come down that far. Well, the epilogue. And I can't believe I was so excited to find out the mysteries behind the settings person, and then when it was revealed, I just like was not paying attention. Because at the end of the epilogue, you found the office abandoned, and there's a lone desk. And I just assumed it was Stanley's desk. I didn't read the number properly. And then I went up to the computer, and inside the computer was the settings guy. Yeah, it's not Stanley's desk. It's his employee. Stanley's 427. The desk was like of employee like 415 or something. I don't remember what number. But that's the reveal that that employee is the settings guy. And there's way more Easter eggs in the game to be like, yeah, he went kind of insane, and now somehow he like found out that he was just like in a game or something, and now he exists outside of the game, like aware of both Stanley and of the player that controls Stanley, and it's like. Anyway, I hope for the 20th anniversary they release the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe Super Edition or something. Every 10 years we get a little bit more Stanley Parable, that's what I want. How far was the 20th anniversary? See, it depends. I don't know where they'd count from. So the Half-Life 2 mod came out in, oh goodness. This is gonna take some... I'm gonna actually have to check. I want to say 2011, but I want to check. Depends when you count. Okay, yes, the Half-Life 2 mod came out in 2011. And then the original Stanley Parable game, the full then game that they made, came out... Oh, it says 2011. That's not the game. Came out in 2013. And then the Ultra Deluxe came out in 2022. So, they probably wouldn't count from the Half-Life 2 mod, they'd probably count from the original game, which is 2013. So the 10th anniversary is this year, and then so the 20th anniversary would be in 2033. And the epilogue's all pretty. What date in 2013 did it come out? October 17th. Maybe I'll have to draw something for 10 years of Stanley Parable. Leaving Stanley. Is this like... Because this sounds very similar to the original music, just the instrumentation is slightly different. So is this like the new menu? This sounds a lot like the original. Okay, I'm just scrolling through. It turns out the epilogue ending title screen, placing the random title screen after the epilogue ending, seems like there's a bunch of different Kevin MacLeod. Which, if you don't know who Kevin MacLeod is, he makes a lot of royalty-free music. A lot of YouTubers and a lot of projects use his music. That's interesting. Leaving Stanley. Oh, okay, this is in the... Where is the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe from the Quiz YouTube channel? Okay, so this is from one of their YouTube trailer videos. Did you guys see those? So, because on the lead up to the Stanley Parable, the game got delayed a few times. And I'm on the Quiz newsletter. I love their newsletters. They're fucking hilarious. But they actually full on made like a kind of apology video, but they got the narrator to narrate it. I think one of the times that they delayed the game, they straight up took... Do you guys remember when the Spider-Man, the most recent Spider-Man video game got delayed? And Sony, I don't know if it was Sony, put out like a apology like picture, and it had like a picture of I think like Miles at the side. And then it had like text and stuff. The Stanley Parable like took that and like photoshopped the text to be like, we're so sorry about the Stanley Parable, but it still had like the Spider-Man pictures all over it. Dinner's ready. Whoopsie. Well, guys, 4 hours and I didn't even get one sticker drawn. No, I didn't even get one single one drawn. I'll finish it after stream. Who's live that I might be able to raid? Someone, I'd like the chance to be able to raid them, but they have been going 4 hours. So they might not still be going. How much longer? How long has everyone else been going? 3 hours? Ah, I've got a trailer for the Mario movie. I don't raid Desmond. I raid Desmond last time. I want to raid Yoko, but I don't know if we're gonna end. I don't know if he's gonna end soon, and I don't have a lot of time to choose. Because I gotta run because, like, dinner's ready. But I can't check because I'm getting ads. For Cat Mario. You know what, we're gonna raid Yokyuk. We're gonna raid Yokyuk. They're not on an ending screen. Yokyuk is currently animating. Yokyuk's really cool. He is an artist and a trans VTuber like myself. I think Yokyuk's really cool. I found him from my recommended, but I think the reason why they showed up in my recommended is because they also are friends with Smilky. Or at least know Smilky. Yokyuk's animating at the moment. I am gonna have to raid and run. But I hope you guys will join me in raiding him. I have not ever had the chance to raid him before, and I've been in the streams a few times and I really like watching his streams, so I'm really excited to be able to raid him. So it would mean a lot if you guys would come along and raid with me very quickly before I get shouted at for not being down and eating my food. So, if you guys... Honey, hi! If you guys would grab the raid messages, the one that Stream Elements posted is what you can copy-paste if you are not subscribed. And if you are subscribed, you can copy and paste the one that I posted, because if you're not subscribed, you won't be able to use those emotes outside of this chat. Let me set up the Yuck raid. Thank you so much for streaming. Thank you all for coming. I'll see you tomorrow for, Magma stream. I really gotta run. But thank you all for coming. And for everyone's like sweet messages, yeah, I hope my eyes are okay and they get better. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I don't know when I'll start making a schedule again. I'm not making schedules at the moment because I don't know if I'll be able to commit to streams by the time we get to the end of the week. So, but expect me to maybe be around Fridays and Saturdays from now on. I don't know when I'll make a stream schedule again. But, see you guys tomorrow. Mwah.